Good afternoon and welcome. City Council is now in session. Please stand for the invocation by Council Member Butler Barlow, which will be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag.
Let us pray. During this season of Thanksgiving, let peace fill our hearts, our world, and our universe. Let us dream together, pray together, and work together to build one world of peace and justice for all. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The Freedom of Information Act certification is required at this time. Madam Clerk, please present the resolution for consideration.
A resolution certifying the closed meeting of November the 19th, 2025, pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3712, as amended, is presented at this time. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Suffolk hereby certifies that to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from the open meeting requirements of Virginia law, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered by the City Council of the City of Suffolk in the closed meeting.
Council, a motion has been presented for your consideration. What's your pleasure? Councilmember Williams.
So moved.
Got a motion for approval from Councilmember Williams. Councilmember Butler Barlow.
Second.
Second from Councilmember Butler Barlow. Is there any discussion of the motion? Hearing none, council members prepare to vote. Please cast your vote. Madam Clerk, kindly record the vote.
The motion is approved by a vote of 8-0.
We'll now move to approval of the minutes from the July 16, 2025 work session and regular meeting. And a motion would be in order. Councilmember Johnson. Got a motion for approval from Councilmember Johnson. Councilmember Williams.
Second that, Mayor.
Second from Councilmember Williams. Is there any discussion of the motion? Hearing none, council members prepare to vote. Please cast your vote. Madam Clerk, please record the vote.
Motion is approved by a vote of 8-0.
We have no special presentations this evening. At this time, we'll move to removal of the consent agenda items and adoption of the agenda. As there are no items on the consent agenda, we'll consider the adoption of the entire agenda as presented. Additionally, City Manager Hughes has information regarding public hearing item number 9. Mr. Manager, please provide council an overview.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council, we received a request from the applicant for a continuance to December 17th, 2025 to allow for a review of the recently received proffers to provide improvements along Manning Road.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Just for clarity, anyone who is in attendance tonight regarding public hearing item number 9, please note that the city manager has advised that the applicant has requested to continue this item to the December 17th, 2025 City Council meeting. Therefore, a motion would be in order to amend the agenda to consider consideration of public hearing item number 9 to the December 17th, 2025 City Council meeting and to adopt the remainder of the agenda as presented. Is there any discussion of the motion? Council Member Johnson.
I request that we, instead of moving it to the December meeting, we move it to the second meeting in January 2026. And if we have the public hearing tonight, to continue the public hearing that night, so we'll continue forth. And is that all I need to say? I'm good.
Okay, so you would like to table this until January 21st,
21st meeting, the second meeting.
2026, have a public hearing this evening, and also schedule a public hearing on January 21st.
It will continue, yes. That's what I would request, please.
Okay, that's the motion on the floor. Do we have a second? Councilmember Williams.
Second that, Mayor.
We have a second from Councilmember Williams. Is there any discussion of the motion?
Just for clarification, in addition to that, we would be adopting the remainder of the agenda as presented.
Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and we will adopt the rest of it. Okay, we got a motion on the floor made by Councilmember Johnson and seconded by Councilmember Williams. Is there any discussion of the motion? Hearing none. Yes, sir. Hold on one second.
Motion is it wherein that we're not going to have the public hearing tonight, it will be canceled until the second meeting in January.
We're going to have a public hearing this evening because there's folks here that would like to speak, and I don't want to send them home because they may not be able to come back. So in essence, we're going to have two public hearings in this matter. One this evening that will not result in a vote from council because that will be on the 21st of January, but also on the 21st of January, we're going to have a public meeting at that same time, rather than just have a public meeting this evening, close the public meeting, and the only thing would be just a presentation on the 21st. So we're opening up the public hearing process, not only for our citizens tonight who came and planned to speak, even though we're not going to vote on it, but then on the 21st of January, the date to which it's tabled to, we'll have a presentation with the amended proffers and discussion of that, and the public will be able to speak at the same time.
I have a follow-up question on that. If the people that are here tonight, if you cancel the public hearing, that means that they're going to have to come and speak the second time rather than to have it at one time?
We're not canceling the public hearing.
I understand you're not canceling, but I'm saying that a lot of people here tonight will be coming back the second time.
If they want to.
If they want to,
Yes.
but I'm sure they would want to before the final vote is taken.
Well,
But anyway.
There's
okay.
no alternative to that because you have to wait we have to agree to table it first. I assume if we agree to table it, it's only a matter as to what time. If we table it, they're going to have to come back again anyhow because we don't know exactly what the amended proffers look like, and we also do not know, staff has not had an opportunity to evaluate those proffers to see if they're feasible. So on the 21st of January, it will be with the amended proffers, with the presentation, with exactly what they're going to be, and also a staff report once they've had ample time to review what is being proffered by the applicant. And that cannot be done this evening. So that's the only way it can work. Okay. Do we have any other discussion of the motion? Okay, I think we had a motion on the floor from Councilman Johnson and a second, Councilmember Williams. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, council members prepare to vote. Please cast your vote. Madam Clerk, please record the vote.
Can members of council please cast their votes again? Thank you. I just need Councilmember Wright and the mayor to cast their votes, please. Thank you. Motion is approved by a vote of 8-0.
All right, we're halfway home. All right, now with that being said, we're all going to move forward with the presentation of the application at this time in its current form without the amendments. Mr. Manager, will you please provide an overview?
So item number 8 is a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute a boundary line agreement by and between the city of Chesapeake, Virginia and the city of Suffolk, Virginia to establish the common boundary line in Pughesville area and authorizing the city attorney to petition Chesapeake City Court for the entry of an order approving this common line boundary. Mr. Gary Jones, the interim deputy city manager, will provide the overview on this item.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. As back in June, at your June meeting, then Deputy City Manager, Mr. Hughes, presents you with an update outlining the upcoming tasks to be performed by the cities of Chesapeake and Suffolk to develop the boundary line agreement between the two cities. A lot has happened since then. I will go through those tasks that have been achieved, but before then, let me recap what this boundary line agreement is all about. The issue is the precise location of the common boundary between the cities of Chesapeake and Suffolk in the Pughesville vicinity is uncertain. So the objective is, through consensus of cities of Chesapeake and Suffolk, establish a city boundary in the Pughesville vicinity that has the least impact on residents and businesses. In putting together this consensus boundary, there's been a lot of work been done by many departments in both cities, through the city manager's office, the city attorney's office, the real estate officers in both cities, communications, public works, public utilities, planning, and information technology. The map you see before you is that consensus map that was put together between Suffolk and Chesapeake, and it was based on some GIS maps and some old plats, so it's not a formal surveyed boundary yet, but I'll get into that in just a moment. To the right on this map represents Chesapeake, and to the left on the map is Suffolk. And what you'll see here is that blue line, and you'll hear me reference it as the stair-step line. That's what you've been hearing it referred to as, so that's what I'll continue to call it. The consensus city boundary. The consensus has been achieved by cities of Chesapeake and Suffolk to establish the new stair-step northeast to southwest city boundary. In the process, there have been 12 parcels that have been impacted by this. 11 of those 12 parcels will change from Chesapeake to Suffolk physical addresses, and one parcel will change from Suffolk to a Chesapeake physical address. The good thing about that is all parcels are undeveloped with an approximate value of $400,000 as currently assessed by the city of Chesapeake. The other good thing is that no existing residents, businesses, students, or voters are affected by establishing this new city boundary. Completed milestone activities. As I mentioned, back in June, Deputy City Manager Hughes briefed the City Council, as well as did the Chesapeake staff, briefed their council. On September the 8th, a public information meeting was held in Chesapeake at the Western Branch Community Center. 3 weeks later, on September 29th, we held a public information meeting here in Suffolk at the Bennett Creek Recreation Center. Both of these meetings were very well attended, and we got a lot of inquiry from the public on what this was all about. On October 28th, the City of Chesapeake, their City Council adopted a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute a boundary line agreement by and between Chesapeake and Suffolk, and authorizing the city attorney to petition the Chesapeake Circuit Court for the entry of an order approving this common boundary line. As I mentioned before, this is the stair step. It's a good representation of what we're doing here. And if you can look closely, you might not be able to see it, but just to the right of that stair step is a very fine line. That was the old census line that formerly or currently defines the separation between between Chesapeake and Suffolk, not Portsmouth. But that line will be removed, and this new stair step line will take its place. Next milestone activities. Earlier this month, on November 7th, letters were mailed to all of the impacted property owners, notifying them of the upcoming public hearing, which is tonight, regarding the proposed boundary line agreement. Your public hearing is tonight, and you will consider a resolution authorizing our city manager to execute a boundary line agreement by and between Chesapeake and Suffolk, and authorizing the city attorney to petition the Chesapeake Circuit Court for the entry of an order approving this common boundary line. After adoption of this resolution, an engineering survey will have to be conducted to formally establish the new boundary line. Depending on the results of that final survey, there possibly may have to be another public hearing. if there's any significant changes, that changes what you've seen in this particular graphic I've shown. The city attorney will then petition the Chesapeake City Circuit Court for entry of that order approving the common boundary line. The newly established boundary line will then have to be submitted to the Census Bureau for review and approval. That concludes my presentation. I'll be glad to answer any questions after your public hearing.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Gary. Before we open the public hearing, Madam Clerk, will you please explain the timing system?
This is a public hearing, and each speaker is asked to provide their name and their address, and will receive 3 minutes to offer their comments.
This is a public hearing. Will the first speaker please come forward and provide their name and address? Do we have anyone present that would like to speak in favor of this resolution?
Hello, City Council. Just walking in. I pray this about the boundary line and what you all are doing for the community. I have a problem with what's going on with the boundary line. However, at the time that you all had your city council meeting about the boundary line, and you all said that Councilman Leward had all of Pewsville. I was present, and I said he couldn't have all of Pewsville because I live in Pewsville, but I live on the Chesapeake side of Pewsville. I gave my address, and I let you know that I am not a Suffolk resident. I do not want to be a Suffolk resident, and I shall not be a Suffolk resident. And by the way, my address is 5016 Pearl Street, Chesapeake, Virginia, 23321, and my name is Pamela Brandy. And from that time to now, you all made me a Suffolk resident because y'all changed my legal deed from Chesapeake to Suffolk. And also on my Dominion bill from November 1822, which I have my bills here, and you all can have a copy, but I've already sent it to you all numerous of times via email, that you changed my utility tax on my Dominion bill to the city of Suffolk. And I asked the question then, and I'm gonna continue to ask the question, what is the factor and the criteria to determine what utility tax a resident is charged? You all never answered me that question. I contacted Dominion Power. I also spoke with the city of Chesapeake, and nobody can answer that question, but with with one company, with Karen, she asked the question, and you all answered her and everything, but never me. And I had a problem with that because I'm the one that y'all taking the money from. And I've also asked for my money back, as well as other residents wanted their money back, and you all have not. And y'all said that y'all gonna give the money back, and what you did on August 18th this year, you took the money back and now started charging me the taxes for the city of Chesapeake. However, you falsely took money from me because I never was a resident of yours, and I want my money back. However, City Manager Chris Price on October 28th meeting said that it was an error that was found with our taxes being charged for the city of Suffolk. It wasn't an error, it was deliberate. And I want my money back. I also feel that what you all did talking about the boundary lines, and it's now only 12 lots, it never was lots. It was always about our voting district, because you all, when y'all did y'all redistrict, affected our voting district, in the city of Chesapeake filed a suit with that, moving the boundary lines, and for you all to have public hearings and never filed a suit on telling us and giving us the answer to the questions that we asked, that's unset. We asked for transparency and honesty with what you all are doing. And by the way, every penny that comes into both cities, you all supposed to be able to say exactly where the money come in at and where the money goes out at. and that didn't happen, and it hasn't happened. And you do not answer people questions concerning what you all doing with our taxpaying money, and then how you all can easily move us from one spot to the other without our permission and without our knowledge.
I'm sorry, Ms. Britt, but that concludes your time. Thank you very much. We have our next speaker, please. Is there anyone else present who would like to speak to this resolution? Hearing no additional speakers, this public hearing is now closed. Council, a resolution has been presented for consideration. What is your pleasure? What did you jump in there? Questions, comments, or a motion? Councilmember Rector.
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve.
Got a motion for approval from Councilmember Rector. Councilmember Johnson.
Second.
Second from Councilmember Johnson. Is there any discussion of the motion? Councilmember Wright.
Yes, so what I want to say about this particular item is I first want to recognize that there is a complicated history with the Pughesville boundary lines. Some of this predates a lot of people that are up here. I empathize with all that you have said. I do feel, though, while there are some things that are not resolved and some transparency that you feel that is owed to you has not been conveyed, I do believe that this is the right decision. I think that it is time to turn the page on it and at least get the boundary lines established. And where there are issues with the utility taxes, I think that is a separate issue from the boundary line, and that should be pursued. But I do have a question. Something that you said was that Suffolk, you were paying utility taxes to Suffolk. And I want to make sure I heard you correctly. You said in August you received your money back. You didn't say that.
No, I said on August of this year, that's when on paper, you all have started charging me back utility tax for the city of Chesapeake. I have not received not one penny, and I still want my money back.
Got it. Okay. So although there's still an unresolved issue where the utility tax is, I think that it is, I'm gonna say this, the history of this is complicated, and it has gone on for a very long time. And I'm not gonna negate how you feel, try to negate how you feel about it, because your feelings are valid. However, I do feel that the important thing for us to do is to reset and make the correction. The staff has worked with the city of Chesapeake to do that, and I'm going to say I have to agree that it's time for us to turn the page. The things that are unresolved should be pursued and should be resolved. But as far as the history, it's complicated. But at some point, we have to move forward and do what's best for both the citizens of Chesapeake and Suffolk. And with that, I will be voting yes.
Vice Mayor Ward.
I want to know, could I kick Gary Jones back up here, and he can answer some of them questions that, or remarks that she talked about, far as, because y'all talk with City of Chesapeake, am I right?
That's correct.
So y'all had conversation with them. So what conclusions both of y'all came up with?
Regarding, sir?
Some of the things that the young lady spoke on.
Ms. Brandy, I can't
Yes.
speak to her concerns. She's talking about utility bills and Dominion bills. That's something I can't speak to.
Especially when talking about the voting and all that other stuff. I had all of Pughesville. How did that work out?
At this time, I'd like to ask the city manager.
So, Valerie, if you're back there, can you go back on the slide deck to the map that shows blue on one side and pink on the other? There you go. All right, so what you're seeing on the visual in blue is Suffolk via the stair-step map, and pink represents the city of Chesapeake. This stair-step map has essentially been an arrangement that we're looking to formalize and make official that both localities have been operating under. So from a voting perspective, your voting card follows the stair-step map. That's why Ms. Brandy did not vote in Suffolk. She was in the pink stair-step. What's difficult to make out on this map, and hopefully you can see it, but I'll do my best to describe it, is that running a straight line through the pink is a dotted line, if you're able to pick that up. That's a U.S. Census map that goes many, many years, decades, that has caused some confusion that the U.S. Census is using that very straight line, not the stair step, to identify the two localities. My understanding of what Ms. Brandy's talking about is that Dominion Power has not been using the stair step. They had been using that straight line dotted map, which would put some of the pink closest to the stair step into, according to Dominion, their billing area, and they have added a utility tax. We all have a utility tax in our localities as the Chesapeake rate, which is different from the Suffolk rate. The Chesapeake rate, so to that end, let me hopefully continue explaining this. Because of where she sits on that dotted line, so to the left of it, Dominion identified her as a Suffolk tax rate, even though the stair step puts her in Chesapeake. It's of note that the Chesapeake tax rate is higher than Suffolk. Most recently, Dominion has now moved their billing cycle and their tax rate to follow the stair-step map most recently, and that was the reference to the changing in the bill to now update that to the Chesapeake versus the previous Suffolk.
Okay, do we have any other comments or questions? We've got a motion on the floor for approval from Councilmember Rector, which was seconded by Councilmember Johnson. If there is no more discussion, council members prepare to vote. Please cast your vote. Madam Clerk, please record the vote.
Can I ask council members to recast their votes, please? Councilmember Bennett?
Yes.
Councilmember Butler Barlow?
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson?
Yes.
Councilmember Rector?
Yes.
Councilmember Williams?
Yes.
Councilmember Wright? Vice Mayor Ward?
Yes.
Mayor Duman?
Yes.
The motion is approved by a vote of 8-0.
Okay, our next public hearing is an ordinance to rezone and amend the official zoning map of the city of Suffolk to change the zoning from A, agricultural zoning district, to RLM, residential low medium density, conditional zoning district for properties located at 494 Manning Road, zoning map 33, parcel 75 and 75A, account numbers 151078000 and 151069000. This is RZN 2024-13 conditional. As a reminder, this item has been deferred to the January 21st City Council meeting. And at this time, I will ask the manager for an overview.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council, Mr. Kevin Wine, the Director of Planning and Community Development, will provide the staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Manager, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council. As the mayor stated, this is a rezoning request. It involves two parcels located along Manning Road. The rezoning request would change the zoning of approximately 113 acres from A, agricultural zoning district, to RLM. That's our residential low medium density zoning district. The property is located within our suburban neighborhood land use type as designated by the 2045 comprehensive plan. As mentioned, this would change the zoning from A, agricultural zoning, to RLM, residential low-medium zoning. 113 acres total. As revised on November 11th, we did receive new proffers from the applicant, dropping the overall density of this project from 300 units to 270 units. The RLM district allows for a maximum density of 2.9 units per acre. And as proffered by the applicant, in this case, it would be below that maximum. Previously, it was at the maximum, and it would allow for an overall density of 2.56 units per acre as proffered. The applicant has proposed this as a cluster subdivision, meaning that 45% of the site would remain open space. There are a handful of proffers that I will walk you through here, but included in those, it would be a $1.9 million cash contribution towards the advancement of school capacity at Kilby Shores Elementary School. Here's the conceptual master plan that has been provided in support of the application. This has not been proffered by the applicant, but does provide a decent understanding of what the overall subdivision would look like upon development. So there has been a total of 10 proffers that have been submitted in support of this application. The first one, as noted, would be that cash contribution towards Kilby Shores Elementary School, $1.9 million total. That equates to $6,342 per dwelling unit. That maximum of 270 single-family detached units that I previously discussed. Some architectural considerations as it relates to the detached units that would be constructed, adherence to the traffic impact study that has been submitted in support of this application and reviewed by our Department of Public Works, Traffic Engineering. Additionally, some further architectural minimums as it relates to siding and roofing. Some phasing provisions that acknowledge that there will need to be legally established access across the railroad right-of-way that bisects the larger of the two parcels involved, which would be required to develop the subdivision as envisioned. I'll skip 8 and 9 for a moment and touch on the landscape buffer, proffer 10 here, that has been provided as proffered by the applicant, would necessitate an 80-foot in width landscape open space buffer along Manning Road. Now, as it relates to proffers 8 and 9, the developer has proposed widening asphalt along Manning Road, approximately 3,500 or so linear feet of Manning Road, going south of the project, southern boundary line, to the north, approaching Route 58 business. Portions of this, 2,400 linear feet, would be widened, would result in some asphalt widening from approximately 18, 19, 20 feet to 22 feet. And then a smaller 830 linear foot portion would be widened to 20 feet. This was aimed to address some of the safety concerns as it relates to Manning Road. As currently presented, and we can see what that looks like here as visualized. As currently proposed, in order for staff to be able to support this, we would need some additional information to ensure that it's feasible in all areas as proffered by the applicant, to ensure that there would not be any negative impacts to any public infrastructure that exists along this route, and also that we could identify any potential things like guardrails, for instance, that would need to potentially be relocated to accommodate it. So the Planning Commission, at their meeting on October 21st, voted 5-3 to approve a resolution supporting a resolution recommending approval of this application, and that was with the proffers at the time, which included 300 units total and did not include that landscape buffer, as noted in proffer 10 or proffers 8 and 9 as it related to the road improvements that I outlined for you. That does conclude my presentation on this item. I'll be happy to stand by at the conclusion of the public hearing for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Woolman. Before we open the public hearing, Madam Clerk, will you please explain the guidelines?
This is a public hearing, and each speaker is asked to provide their name and their address. We will have a 10-minute period for the proponents, a 15-minute period for those in opposition, and then an additional 5 minutes for rebuttal.
This is a public hearing. Will the first speaker come forward in favor of this ordinance?
Good evening, Mayor Duman, Vice Mayor Ward, members of City Council. My name is Grady Palmer. I'm an attorney here on behalf of the applicant, Coastal Virginia Developers. I want to thank the staff for working with us, and I want to thank Councilman Johnson for continuing the item until January. I think it's important that we protect the holidays and people's busy schedules during that time, so we're happy to see the project get deferred until January. We think that's an appropriate amount of time, because there's a lot to consider here. There's a lot of information that we have about Manning Road that your staff needs and the public needs, and so we think that's a good thing to delay it until January. We feel confident that we can deliver, if approved, the Manning Road widening proffers. We want your staff to be confident as well. And we want the public to be confident about it as well. So we understand people might not agree with it, but we at least want people to be confident that if it's approved, we can deliver it. We're confident we can deliver it, and so we'll take the time, deliver the information, deliver the analysis necessary for your staff to come to that same conclusion. I do just want to say that, I mean, we are listening to the public. I mean, this Coastal Virginia listened to the concerns that are expressed about Manning Road. And if approved, we're going to deliver something that I think is going to be of value to the project, not only the project, but also to the communities around it that use Manning Road. So we are listening to the concerns, and we're going to implement the best solution that we can. So in the interest of time, I'll stand by for any questions that you have, and I'll see you in January. Thank you.
Thank you. Have our next speaker to speak in favor of this ordinance. Do we have anyone else present who would like to speak in favor? If not, we'll move to opposition. Do we have anyone present who would like to speak in opposition to this ordinance?
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and City staff. My name is Michelle Falk. I reside at 1104 Manning Road, which is in the Whaleville Borough. Who would have thought, but that's where we are. So we have lived there for 46 years, my family and I. And I am speaking not only for my family and the neighbors, I'm also a member of Care for Suffolk. And I have been before you several times regarding the dangers that many drivers, residents, and animals encounter due to the unsafe narrow road. We have folks jogging, walking, and biking on Manning Road. Unbelievable, but they do that. I actually have family members that jog, causing drivers to get over or come to a stop to prevent hitting those pedestrians. But sometimes they have wound up in the ditch, and my husband has pulled them out with the tractor. Thank God no one was hurt during those times. Please vote no to adding this additional 270 homes. resulting in roughly about, 500 or so more cars up and down that road. I have here, excuse me, I got sinuses, some additional petitions. It's about 60 that would add to the previous petitions that we gave you all, which would probably be a total of about 600. So I'll put them in the basket. We're here again to oppose the Lake Point development. These petitions, they're there, they're opposing. There are people opposing the Lake Point development. And you know, when we do petitions, and probably a lot of you already have done petitions before, you actually engage with the person that you're approaching. And you tell them a little bit about what's going on or however much they would like to hear. So these are legitimate folks that have signed these petitions that reside in Suffolk. I just want to make that clear. Anyway, we just hope that you all will, in January, vote against this, even though the gentleman said there is definitely a lot to consider. It's a whole lot because things are changing each time. So I suspect come January, there'll be additional changes. But at this time, I would like all the folks that are against the Lake Mead Point development to please stand. Can you guys just stand up? Thank you for taking the time to listen to us. You all have a restful night.
Thank you, ma'am. We have our next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor Duman, Vice Mayor Ward, and City Council members. My name is Rick DeLugo. I reside at 122 Springfield Terrace in the Springfield subdivision off Manning Road. The parcel of farmland up for discussion at this time, formerly discussed as Ellis Farms, is again up for rezoning as residential to be known now as Lake Point, and it's directly across from our neighborhood. I'm here to discuss and inform on educational concerns that people have. The Lake Point property, if approved, will contain 270 homes and be serviced for educational purposes by Kilby Shores Elementary School, Forest Glen Middle School, and Lakeland High School. Although the high school at this point has enough room for additional students, there are serious concerns about the facility conditions and overcrowding of Kilby Shores Elementary and Forest Glen Middle School, and the impact that the proposed Lake Point project will have on the education and well-being of the young residents that already attend these schools and the additional residents from Lake Point. Kilby Shores Elementary is currently above capacity at 112.8%. 8 portable classrooms are used because of facility overflow at this school, and Forest Glen uses 5 classrooms. Very little counter space or storage space, no sink or running water, no restrooms readily available without taking a trek into the main building, and small windows that don't necessarily open are just a few of the struggles teachers deal with on a daily basis in these portable classrooms. But I think first and foremost, with society the way it is today, safety in the school setting needs to be considered. Where there is heightened security in the main building with locked doors and having to state your business into an intercom before entering and encountering security personnel, these portable classrooms are vulnerable with only a locked door to stop intruders. But teachers persevere and they do their job. Addressing school conditions, the city, as you're aware, uses a facility condition index known as the FCI to determine whether it is economically feasible to maintain or replace a facility. According to the February 2021 Joint City Council and School Board presentation, Both Kilby Shores and Forest Glen are 2 of 5 schools within the district with the lowest possible rating of poor. Forest Glen appeared in the capital improvement plan starting in 2011, and Kilby Shores followed in 2012, and were listed as needing an addition, as well as significant renovations, including HVAC replacement, electrical and utility system upgrades, and a need to bring the schools up to ADA compliance. By 2018, having never been updated, both schools were shifted from needing significant improvements to full replacement. Each successive year, the city has postponed these needed improvements. Instead, the city moved these schools to a non-specified 6 to 10-year plan. The developer is not offering enough cash proffers for this project to increase the capacity that represents a true impact the Lake Point project will have on both these schools. There was a proffer for $1.9 million for Kilby Shores and $1.2 million for Forest Glen Middle. The $1.2 million for the Forest Glen has since been taken away. Thus, the city is losing $1.2 million for the middle school. Additionally, the replacement of these 2 schools has no project dates established. Until the city completes these facility improvements or replacement so that the schools can adequately handle the additional students, I urge each and every one of our council members to vote no at the January 21, 2026 City Council meeting to the rezoning of the A Agricultural Zoning District to RLM Residential Low Medium Density at 494 Manning Road. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, sir. We have our next speaker, please. You speak in opposition to this ordinance.
Good evening. Gary Worley, 127 Springfield Terrace. Mayor Duman, Vice Mayor Ward, and City Council members. My name is Gary Worley. I live at 127 Springfield Terrace. I'm the president of the Springfield Homeowners Association, which is comprised of 76 homes, as Rick said, directly across from the area in question. I represent the homeowners who couldn't be here with us tonight and wanted to convey their input. Just to be clear, the vast majority of houses are obviously not in favor of this development, and we are very well aware of the proffers. We've been through all the documents. We understand everything. The reasons are many, but boil down to 2 main issues: the significant current daily traffic count, coupled with high numbers of accidents, injuries, and fatalities. Since 2020, there have been 87 accidents, 52 injuries, and 2 fatalities. Pretty staggering. The other main issue is the quantity and density of homes proposed. 270 is just too many. These are the neighborhood's concerns, and I just want to make their concerns known. As far as me personally, as a licensed professional engineer in the state of Virginia, I echo the concerns of traffic safety. Asphalt widening is not lane widening. There's no discussion of shoulders being improved. Not having a traffic study done on Manning Road in the proffers is pretty much should be the end of discussion, in my opinion. The developer seems either oblivious or deceptive in not having performed a traffic study on the road he actually intends to develop. If or when a traffic study is performed, it's obviously going to be seen that the unacceptable quantity of incidents, many of which involve death, have occurred in the near term and long term. And based on the removal of the agenda tonight, I think we can determine which one he is operating under. If a development is inevitable, though, for this property, I think, to echo what Rick's saying, the first thing the city should do is fix the problems. There are inherent geometry issues with Manning Road, which, should be fixed to reduce injuries and accidents to reasonable levels for a period of several years before significant development is considered. And this is just, these are prescriptions that are in every transportation standard known to man. You don't develop before you fix problems. So, and I'm honestly, the number of fatalities that haven't brought about change thus far is pretty embarrassing, really. Yep, and then there's a duty of care consideration that the city council should consider. Allowing this or any significant development before improvements to Manning Road would seemingly open the city up for major litigation. The city would be in breach of duty of care when a serious injury or fatality inevitably occurs. So therefore, we strongly suggest a no vote. Thank you.
Thank you. We have our next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and City Council staff. My name is Michael Owen, and I live at 405 Great Oak Court in the Springfield neighborhood. I know this land better than anyone. Years ago, I was given permission by the previous owner to hike and ride my motorcycle on this property. I've been in this forest more than 100 times. My family and I have made more than 3 miles of amazing walking trails on this property. This forest is unique and it's beautiful. It contains many oaks and sycamore trees that are over 200 years old and is the home for wild turkey, white-tailed deer, and bald eagles, just to name a few species. Most of the land is high and above the lake with beautiful hills rolling down to the water. What is proposed by this developer is a terrible use of this beautiful, unique forest. This forest deserves to be a nature preserve or a city park. With the owner's permission, I would like to take you for a hike in this forest so you can personally see its unique beauty. You really need to see and understand this unique forest before you take a vote. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We have our next speaker. We've got about 1.5 minutes left in opposition. We've got room for one more speaker, but for only about 1.5 minutes.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of City Council. My name is Diana Klink, and I reside at 133 Winterview Drive in the Springfield neighborhood. While we have lived here for 2 years, we previously lived 8 miles further down Manning Road for 35 years. It was my privilege and honor to work for this wonderful city of Suffolk for 24 years before retiring in January 22, and I have always been proud to call Suffolk home. As a former department head, I've attended literally hundreds of city council meetings and public hearings, and I fully understand the importance of smart growth and that new rooftops strengthen our tax base, increase utility connections, and bring new retail to our community. I am not here as anti-development, but instead to implore you to please consider the tremendous impact that the huge Lake Point neighborhood development, formerly known as Ellis Farms, would have on our roadways, our schools, our safety, and our environment. While this is the first time that this matter has actually been brought before City Council since it was pulled by the developer at the last minute previously, it was on the Planning Commission's agenda multiple times. In fact, on October 21st, several members of the Planning Commission voted against this massive development, citing their safety concerns regarding Manning Road and the negative impact it would have on our schools. The developer has previously stated that the traffic study shows no problem on Manning Road. I would guess not, since the actual traffic study took place on Grove Avenue, almost a full mile away, and located across Route 58 Holland Road in the Oak Ridge neighborhood, across now more than 6 lanes of traffic. That neighborhood is completely built out with no new home construction planned. Manning Road is a highly traveled two-lane rural roadway with ditches on both sides, no shoulders, many twists and turns, prone to flooding in extreme weather, and no planned city improvements now or in the immediate future. Community members have voiced our concerns about the road safety, noting numerous accidents, including several fatal accidents. My daughter was injured years ago when she was a passenger in a vehicle that was totaled on Manning Road. A dear friend and her husband were both injured when their vehicle was T-boned just a few months ago on this roadway. I've personally had more near misses than I can count in over 35 years of traveling this roadway. On average, several times a month, traffic is impacted and detours are in place due to overturned tractor trailers whose drivers ignore posted signage and illegally use Manning Bridge Road as a shortcut to Manning Road. And speaking of tractor trailers, Mr. Arnett indicated that no 18-wheelers would be used during the construction of this huge development, now reduced from 300 homes to 270 on postage stamp-sized lots just feet away from their neighbors. How do you build the necessary infrastructure without tractor trailers delivering these materials? This is a special concern because the proposed entrance to the development sits directly across the street from the only entrance and exit to the Springfield neighborhood. This is a public safety nightmare where 76 residences could be cut off from police, fire, and emergency responders due to no access when the inevitable accidents occur at the entrance to our neighborhood, completely closing the roadway. Now, at the 11th hour, there are still no specifics on the road proffers in front of the development, just a promise for turn lanes.
I'm sorry, Ms. Klink, that concludes your time.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, we will now move to a 5-minute rebuttal period. Do we have anyone who'd like to speak in rebuttal? Hearing none, this public hearing is closed. Now, yeah, we do. Yeah, we close it, then we'll have comments. No. No? We don't? Mr. City Manager, we have no more speakers. We closed the public hearing. I'm sorry, City Attorney, we have no more speakers. Unless we, in rebuttal.
Under your rules, City Council does have the ability to extend the time for the public hearing if City Council wishes to do that.
Okay, but it takes a motion.
Yes.
Okay, the public hearing is closed unless someone wants to make a motion to open it back up.
It's not open.
Councilmember Johnson.
All right, I've been on council for a long time, and no kidding, when we do this kind of thing, we typically say, is there anyone else that would like to speak? We're going to have to close the motion, but we typically will open it enough for everyone to speak that chooses to speak. Now, this is a different situation because we're going to have it again in January, but is that appropriate or not appropriate?
I mean, we have not opened it up for everybody to speak. The most we've ever done is double the time for the public hearing, but it's never been everybody who wants to speak
But
gets
we
to speak.
typically like to hear what the public has
Well-
to say. My point being, maybe we should double the time, or it depends on, can we ask how many people would like to speak that have not? I'm just playing devil's advocate here a little bit.
I mean, we
because have
can. I
done
mean,
that.
if you want to make a motion to extend the time, then we can certainly do that.
I would make a motion to extend the time to double the time.
So, Mr. City Attorney, if we do that, do we start over again with the additional 10, 15, 5? Please
Typically-
explain the process.
Typically, what you've done when you've extended the time after the public hearing has started is you tack that extra time on rebuttal for the proponent. So in this case, since we're adding 15 minutes to the opponents, the proponent would get 15 minutes at the end, plus 5, so it'd be 20 minutes.
So we're basically going to start the process over. So to,
You don't have to start the process over. You can continue the opposition speakers for 15 minutes.
and then extend the rebuttal time.
Then the rebuttal time will be extended 5 plus 15, which is 20.
Got you. Would that be your motion, Councilman
So moved.
Johnson?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. And we normally do it before we start, but that's okay. We have a motion on the floor to extend the opponent time frame for an additional 15 minutes, which would be followed by 5 more minutes for rebuttal. 15 more? So 15 more minutes for rebuttal as well. Okay, do we have a second to that motion? Hold on, I'll get you. Vice
Mayor, there
Mayor-
was already a second to the motion. It was made by Councilmember Bennett.
I missed it. Councilmember Johnson made the motion.
And Councilmember Bennett immediately seconded the motion,
Okay,
which
I
is the
don't
proper
remember
process.
recognizing anybody.
You don't have to recognize the second.
Okay. Seconded by Councilmember Bennett. Do we have any discussion of the motion? Vice Mayor Warden.
I'd like to know, Councilman Johnson asked, how many more people want to speak?
I intend to speak at the January meeting after staff has reviewed
right.
the additional
we
information,
gonna
and I
speak
want
in
to make sure
January?
time is allowed.
Well, that's okay.
How many more people?
It
how
doesn't
many
make
more
any
people
difference. We're
want
doing
to
it,
speak?
we're doing it based on time.
Yeah, but here we go again.
Because-
We might say the same thing. He wants other people to speak. How many times are we gonna do that?
The public hearing is on time, so the time doesn't limit speakers to a particular number of minutes. So one person can come up there and eat up all the time. So because of that, we just have to deal with the time frame. So the time frame is to double, in essence, double the opponent time, but the city attorney's telling me we do more than double the rebuttal time. That goes to 15 minutes as well. Is that correct?
Both parties need to get the same amount of time.
Okay, so basically rebuttal becomes proponents. So at this juncture, it's 15 for the opponents, followed by 15 for the proponents, and it doesn't make any difference how many people it is. It's just based on time.
All right, if that's the case, let Ms. Clink finish. If she haven't finished, you cut her off because of the time we went. Why we don't let her finish what she had to say then? I mean, you
Okay.
let her finish. We making up new rules.
Can
Let her
we-
finish.
Mr. City Attorney, is it appropriate for Ms. Klink to come back up and finish her?
That would be a ruling for the chair. The chair can decide whether or
I
not.
can do that by myself?
Well, the chair always makes the ruling. I don't make
Wow,
rulings. I just
okay.
give you
All
advice.
right, go back to sleep. All right, so if you'd like to speak in opposition. Oh, we got to vote first. Okay, we got a motion on the floor made by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Councilmember Bennett to extend the public hearing time for an additional 15 minutes for opponents and 15 minutes for the opponents, 15 minutes for the proponents. Whew. Any more discussion of the motion?
Are we gonna let Ms. Clink finish?
Oh, well, yeah, we'll do that too. I'm gonna make that decision all by myself. I got permission. Okay. So we got a motion on the floor. Everybody prepare to vote. Council members, cast your vote. Madam Clerk, please record the vote.
The motion is approved by a vote of 8-0.
Okay, now we'll move to our additional 15 minutes for opponents. If you could just have a seat, ma'am, I'll have Ms. Klink come forward and finish her message, and then we'll follow up with you and eat up the rest, and then we get 15 minutes total.
Let everybody else speak.
Thank you very much. Since going before the Planning Commission, proffers on November 11th now include basically throwing asphalt on the dirt shoulders in some areas, including at the causeway. The road themselves won't be any wider in the areas specified. If even allowed, it would just be paved from ditch to ditch. There's also another major change since the applications were initially made back in 2022 and 2024, and that is the fact that the developer has removed the $1.2 million proffer for the middle school, meaning that we, taxpayers, would now need to foot this bill. While the $1.9 million proffer still exists for the elementary school, Kilby Shores is already overcrowded, as we've heard, with portable trailers in use, and expected to become even more so with this huge development and numerous others that are already in the pipeline. This is not smart growth. Runoff from 270 to 300 homes will pollute the Spates Run Reservoir that this development sits on. This is not ecologically sound growth. Please take all of these vital issues into consideration before making a final decision on a project of this scale now or in the future, unless the necessary infrastructure is already in place to support it. At a minimum, it would make sense to reduce the size of this development by at least half, to relocate the neighborhood entrance, and most importantly, to conduct an accurate traffic study on Manning Road. Further, to consider adding much-needed improvements to Manning Road to future city budgets before such massive developments are considered in the future. And again, I thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, our next speaker, please.
Good evening. I'm Carla Carter. I see a lot of familiar faces here. I wanted to clarify a point. It is my intention to speak in January once additional information has been provided. I want to make sure that this public hearing remains open and time allowed for me to speak in January. So of course I was concerned when I heard you close the public hearing because it was the original intent was for it to stay open until January and for additional speakers in January to appear to speak at that time. So I want to be clear with the council that is going to be allowed in January, as I will be here.
Yes, ma'am. And to answer your question, we closed tonight's public hearing, but the motion that was made was to have an additional public hearing. So one just closed and postponed. It was specific to the motion that we would have another public hearing.
Well, what I understood at the beginning of this meeting, when the continuance was first offered, was that the public hearing would remain open until January so that additional speakers who could come at that time to speak, and that the public hearing was heard tonight because people who can't come back in January wanted to speak. So I'm making sure that this public hearing is in fact open and that I in fact can appear in January to speak because I have every intention to do so. So that's the clarity that I needed.
Mr. City Attorney, could you clarify that?
At this point, we're in public hearing for this item, so this probably is not in order, but if the chair would like me to answer the question,
Yes,
I can answer
please.
the question. So there will be two public hearings because what we have before us tonight is not a complete application. So the public hearing for tonight will be closed. There will be a staff evaluation and then a second public hearing based on the staff's evaluation.
Although that's not what was said at the beginning of the meeting, I just want to clarify that it said it was remaining open. I was unclear about what the procedural rules were. And for the record, I don't want this counting against my time next month. I'm just clarifying procedure right now.
We don't keep score right now, so you're good.
So as long as all minds are clear that in January, there will be another properly advertised public hearing about this exact same item with the same amount of time allotted.
And you're welcome to speak now if you want. We've got 11 minutes left.
I think plenty of seeds have been sprinkled today, so I'll wait until January when additional information has been provided to staff so that
Yes,
I can
ma'am.
make a full and informed response.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all so much.
Okay, our next speaker, please, to speak in opposition. Do we have anyone else present who would like to speak in opposition?
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Councilman. My name is Jason Robertson. I also live in the Springfield development at 102 Winterview Drive, and thank you very much for hearing us this evening on this matter. Maybe like some of you, I'm a visual person. And when I look at this map here, you can see precisely where Manning Road goes over Spates Run Reservoir, if you look at it. And my question, and enduring question has been during this, what road widening is even possible going over Spates Run Reservoir? As other people have pointed out, adding extra asphalt doesn't remedy the problem of there being ditches on both sides, which have been the cause of numerous accidents, nor does it ensure any additional measure of safety. I grew up in the Springfield development. I live here now as an adult, and I second everything that everyone has said in opposition that Manning Road is a very treacherous little road to drive, that there is just enough space for two cars to pass one another, especially when you consider the size of modern pickup trucks and SUVs, and you have to be very, very careful when passing. And proposing to add an additional 500 vehicles, I don't even see how that's going to be possible. I also want to point to something on the graph that isn't shown, which is where Manning Road connects to 58 as you go up over Spates Run Reservoir. That also passes through the Bethlehem Court development, again, not shown. And again, without a traffic study, how are we going to know what kind of impact that that's going to have on cars trying to turn left or right going on to 58? Are we saying that, we're going to have, cars stacked up so long in the queue that people can't even get out of their own development or residence? What other traffic impacts secondary to this are we not considering because it's simply not shown in the graph right here? Additionally, again, I want to make a point. People have talked a lot about the schools, but fire and safety, I think, deserves an additional another minute, which is that, right, if the crash happens at that intersection, which is also where Springfield comes out, there's no way for any other cars to get past. That's just going to be blocked. Fire won't be able to get in. Police won't be able to get in. Completely and totally infeasible. And now I understand, even as a visual person, even looking at a map, a lot of this is in the abstract. And so I again echo Mr. Owen's proposal. Please come and visit Manning Road where this development is happening. Please just drive from 58 down the stretch to where the development is happening, and the problems to you will become immediately evident. But again, as people said, smart growth is important. Our city, new roofs means new taxpayers, and again, it means better public amenities for all of us in the long run, and I don't want to discount any of that. And to me, it's not a problem unless you have a solution. And the solution that I would propose is what someone else suggested, that, at best, to reduce this proffer from 275 homes to 120 homes. I think that Manning Road could safely support that. And again, I love Suffolk, I love living here, and I'm glad other people want to come and live here too. But we need to do it in a safe and sustainable way. And as others said, maybe we do it when we take care of the problems we already have with our middle and elementary schools near this development, and also with road safety. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We have our next speaker to speak in opposition.
Good evening, Jenny Willman, 4305 Ainsley Court South. Wasn't planning on speaking tonight, but since a couple of requests have been made, if you're going to go out and visit the property, I'd also like for you to visit the schools. I'd like you to look in the eyes of the administrators. I'd like you to look in the eyes of the safety staff. And most importantly, I want you to look in the eyes of the students. And I want you to repeat what the kind gentleman behind me who was representing the developer said at the zoning meeting, which was, overcrowding is a good thing. It's a good thing for our schools. So I want you to sell that to that audience. And I want you to believe it when you say it if you vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Have our next speaker to speak in opposition.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. My name is Sherry White. I live way beyond this proposed development, but I travel Manning Road every day. I live at 2480 Box Elder Road, which many of you know is further up the road. I wanted to bring a point that while there are several folks here from the Springfield area, I wanted to be a voice that is from further down the road to say it's not just Springfield that's concerned. It's people that live in my area. It's people that live all up and down Manning Road. And excuse me, I'm nervous. I wasn't planning on doing this. But I am in strong opposition. There are so many people that travel Manning Road that will be impacted by this development that, again, the traffic studies are not taking into consideration. We have safety issues that don't need to be repeated. We have several other issues that do not need to be repeated. They should be very apparent and very obvious to all of you. So I voice, again, for residents elsewhere that travel Manning Road, my kind of dittoing to everything everybody has said tonight, strong opposition. And I want you to remember who you represent. You do not represent developers. You represent the citizenry of Suffolk. And we're telling you tonight, we're in opposition, and we're bringing very valid reasons, and I just want you to consider that. So thank you for your time.
We have our next speaker to speak in opposition, please. We have another 5.5 minutes or so. If there's anyone else present who would like to speak in opposition. Hearing none, do we have anyone who would like to speak in rebuttal? We have 15 minutes for rebuttal. We have no speakers in rebuttal. Hearing none, this public hearing is now closed. Council, any questions, comments, or discussion? No motion today. Councilmember Johnson.
Well, until we have all the facts in front of us, I agree with the nice lady. We don't need to be making too many, but you've heard what the citizens of this town have told you, and this is not anything. I've had 2 weeks tied up with this, meeting with people, talking with people, real people with real problems. And we as a council, I hope, are going to start thinking about our schools, think about the safety on the roads, and think about what we can do to make all these things better before we keep just passing things that we can't do anything about yet. So maybe it's time we put our brakes on a few things and start thinking about where we should be heading as a council. I'm not going to say anything about this project because when we come back, we'll be going over the whole process again, and I'm sure there'll be just as many speakers. But if anybody else wants to, they can, but you know where I stand on doing what's for the benefit of the people of this city. That's it.
Council, any other discussion? Any other discussion or questions? Hearing none, I would just like to say that I think it's evident that council is listening to our citizens, whether we agree or we don't agree. I don't know where we're going to end up, but obviously we're listening. I think the developers are listening to the extent that obviously they want to move a project forward, and it is quite evident in the city of Suffolk that there is a significant amount of citizen engagement, and what you have to say after a development proposal is initially brought is that after listening to the citizens and listening to what their concerns are, then they make a legitimate attempt to mediate those concerns, which is why you're seeing, in my opinion, you're seeing more projects that are withdrawn. You're seeing projects that are continued, and that is the only reason. They're withdrawn because some of them, as I told somebody the other day, I mean, this one's dead on arrival. You're entitled to do what you want. Developers is the free world. This ain't China. This ain't Russia. You have the ability to put applications in, whether people like them, whether I like them, don't like them, it doesn't make any difference. Within the legal framework, you have that right. As a property owner, you have the right to sell your property. Those are property rights. We can't tell anybody, no, you can't sell your property. So if they want to move forward and they want to engage to be able to reap those financial benefits from land they've had for a long time or whatever the case may be, they have the right to do that. The developers have a right to seek land and projects that will result in a profit. I mean, and I make no bones about it. I mean, it's a business. And when folks say, well, they're just in it for the money. Well, I mean, they are in it for the money. Everybody's in business is in it for the money. Either that or you're out of business. I don't care what it is. If it's an ice cream stand, that's the way it is. But it's quite evident that the developers are listening. We are listening. In this particular case, regardless of where it goes, I think we have done exactly what we need to do. I think the developer, to the extent that he's capable of doing what he can do and still be able to move his project forward, I think they are obviously trying based on your input. And I think in this particular case, tabling it for that long by taking what is being proposed as far as the road improvements and giving staff the opportunity to analyze them, to study them, and confirm without question that they can be accomplished as they were presented, I think is huge in this process. We do still, like I tell everybody come before, everything that comes before is two things. It's always roads and schools, schools and roads, roads and schools. I mean, those are the issues that we have. and it's tough to get ahead of roads, almost impossible, but obviously there's a lot going on. We're trying to, but we need to do what we can to mitigate those. Those are the main concerns, and the schools are also. We've got a joint meeting coming up with the schools. There's only so many resources and so many schools that you can build. We need a little more help from our partners, let's say, to consider consolidation of schools, to consider redistricting of schools. That would help immensely because we've had the majority of the growth in our city. We have 7 boroughs, and almost the vast majority of the growth has just been in 3 boroughs. But we haven't done any redistricting, so you're seeing overcapacity in certain schools, and then other schools are either a little under capacity or some even have more than that. But the overall student population is basically the same as it was 15 years ago. I know everybody finds that hard to believe, but that is the truth. It is what it is. It's been bouncing around from 14.3 to 14.6 or 7 for the last 15 years. So we have to do as much as we can with what we have, with what resources that we have. And we have built several schools. We got some more coming. So with all that being said, I just want to say I appreciate everybody coming out. The developers that I've dealt with are willing to listen. They've had community meetings, and they're amending their applications to try to make them work. So maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. The postponement is good. At least when we look at it again, we'll have some concrete facts that we can hang our hats on and then make a decision from there. We will have another public hearing. There was some discussion as to whether we're going to have a public hearing tonight and another public hearing later on. And being considerate of because I've had this happen over the last 15 years or so been doing this, it's very frustrating a lot of times for our citizens, if we have something that's going to be tabled or deferred for a particular amount of time and we have a public hearing planned and folks show up and then they don't get to speak. Usually nobody's very happy. So in this case, we're trying to do the best of both worlds. Public hearing today, get all the information put together, have that available to the public. We'll have another public hearing on the 21st of January, and then from there, there'll be a decision. So once again, thank you very much. I think we're going to do the right thing. We've done the right thing as far as the process is concerned. So with that being said, I'm going to move to our next public hearing, which is an ordinance to rezone and amend the official zoning map of the city of Suffolk to amend the previously approved proffers for property located at 1931 Bridge Road, zoning map 4G, parcel T*3, and to change the zoning from RR, Rural Residential Zoning District, to O&I, Office Institutional Conditional Zoning District for property. We'll let them take a break. Okay, we'll start over again. I can't hear it all. It's a good thing about it. Want to take a 5-minute break? I'm going to spit it all out again. Only got about half of it. That's all you do. Okay, we're going to start public hearing number 10 again, which is an ordinance to rezone and amend the official zoning map of the city of Suffolk to amend the previously approved proffers for property located at 1931 Bridge Road, which is zoning map 4G, parcel T*3, and to change the zoning from RR, Rural Residential Zoning District, to O&I, Office Institutional Conditional Zoning District for property located at 1975 Bridge Road, zoning map 5, parcel 13C, account numbers 252500800 and 252538700. This is RZN 2025-7 conditional. Mr. Manager, please provide an overview.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council, Kevin Wan, Director of Planning and Community Development, will provide the staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council, as stated, this is a rezoning request that would modify proffers to one of the parcels involved, as it is already zoned O&I, and it would rezone another parcel from which is our rural residential zoning district, to O&I conditional, with the proffers as volunteered by the applicant. The property is located along Bridge Road, and within our 2045 comprehensive plan, it is designated for use as commercial corridor. There are two parcels involved, two separate parcels. Ultimately, they're a little shy of 10 acres in size total. One zoned RR, the other is zoned O&I. The proposal in this case does call to modify the existing conditions on the conditionally zoned O&I parcel and to rezone the RR parcel to O&I conditional. As proposed, the rezoning in this case would allow for a approximately 55,000 square foot medical nursing facility, nursing home use as proposed by the applicant. The use would consist of an 80-room, 100-patient bed facility that would require the support of 112 full-time staff. Here you can see the two parcels that are involved in the request. The pink one there is the more northern of the two. That is your O&I zoned parcel. And then to the south there, you have the RR parcel that is green. We do have a conceptual layout as provided by the applicant. It is not proffered, but it does give you a good idea of what the proposed use would look like on the property. We also have some elevations that have been provided. While the applicant is proffering some architectural finishes as it relates to building construction, these elevations are not proffered, but they do, once again, give you a good idea of what the applicant proposes to build out on the site. So proffers have been provided in support of this conditional rezoning application. All of the previous proffers as it relates to the conditional rezoning RZN 2003-12 associated with the O&I zone piece would be removed. And the by right permitted use of the property, number 2, will be only a medical nursing facility or nursing home. The property would not be permitted to be developed for any other of the permitted uses within the O&I zoning district. Final site design will incorporate the recommended roadway improvements as identified within the traffic impact assessment. And then here are some of those architectural finishes that they are proffering in support of the application. I'm not going to go through the full list there, but ultimately would ensure a quality development consisting of quality materials. At the Planning Commission meeting at their October 21st meeting, the Planning Commission did vote 8-0 to approve a resolution recommending approval of this application with the proffers as submitted by the applicant, and staff has reviewed this application thoroughly in accordance with the 2045 Comprehensive Plan and the Unified Development Ordinance, and we are recommending its approval to you all this evening as well. That concludes my presentation on this item. I'll be happy to stand by at the conclusion of the public hearing. Should you have any questions?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wine. This is a public hearing. Madam Clerk, will you please explain the guidelines?
This is a public hearing, and each speaker is asked to provide their name and their address. We will have a 10-minute period for the proponents, a 15-minute period for those in opposition, and then an additional 5 minutes for rebuttal.
This is a public hearing. Will the first speaker please come forward and provide their name and address, and that's to speak in favor of this ordinance.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Mr. Hughes, and Council. I'm Michael Coyne of Sabre Healthcare, 23700 Commerce Parkway, Beechwood, Ohio, 44122. Sabre Healthcare is a nursing home operator privately held out of Cleveland, Ohio. We operate 31 nursing homes in the Commonwealth of Virginia. We are the largest operator in the state of Virginia from a nursing home perspective. We operate in total 144 nursing homes in 6 different states. What's before you is an opportunity to bring a nursing home into the peninsula where there isn't one now. Currently, the closest nursing home to that area is 5.5 miles away, which is quite a distance with the travel and the areas that we have. We have conducted Phase 1 environmentals, geotechnical, traffic impact studies, sewer studies, worked with the city, Mr. Hughes, Mr. White, and his team to go over everything to make sure that we're meeting all of the requirements that are forth. The proffers that are in front of you as well limit anything from being built on that property except for what we put forth. We have no intention other to build anything but a nursing home. This nursing home would fall within the landscape proffers that are outlined in the city requirements. It would also meet the design elements that we find would fit this area, which is a Williamsburg design. Reading through the public comments that were provided, we are sensitive to the traffic. We understand the traffic is a concern, as we heard tonight with other projects that are going on with the city. We want to work with the city to help improve that. We are open to that. We have open discussions with that. We have done many community outreach opportunities. We have met with the Suffolk Peninsula Community Partnership, which is 7 homeowners association in the peninsula. We met with them personally on October 15th, again, virtually a couple weeks back to go over some of the additional items that they had concerns with. The things that have come forth to us are, number one, which again we heard with the prior development project, which is traffic. Secondly, lighting. We do have a lighting study completed and a lighting impact study completed. There is concern about the overflow of light. We have designed this property so that there will be no overflow of light. It will be a dark sky approach, and the lighting will be set on that property. The traffic study, we have done a traffic impact study. The roadway improvements, we believe that would work, would increase the traffic by about 2% a day. We do have 112 full-time employees. That does not mean they all leave at one time. There's several shifts throughout the day. They leave at various times. The clock doesn't stop, and all 40 people leave at one time. There's various shifts, there's handoffs, there's things that happen at the building level for them to be able to leave at their leisure, stay a little bit longer, and try to lessen that impact. As outlined, we have met with Suffolk Peninsula. We have met with neighbors. We do feel that there's good support within the community. We do feel we can partner with the city to help with the traffic and listen to those concerns and requests and ultimately make a very viable project for you and us to be proud of for many years to come to support the residents of the Suffolk. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We have our next speaker to speak in favor of this ordinance.
Good evening. My name is Bryant Mountjoy. I'm a consultant with Stantec out of Ashland, Virginia, 10988 Richardson Road, Ashland, Virginia, 23005. I'm the project manager on Stantec's side for this project that Sabre is proposing. And as Michael had alluded to, we've conducted numerous due diligence activities, preliminary engineering to determine the feasibility of this for this site, and we are confident in the ability to deliver this project meeting all of the city's current ordinances, state regulations, and at the same time working with the community to address their concerns. So Michael spoke to several of these points I won't reiterate, but I do want to highlight a few items that were brought to our attention through meetings with the various stakeholder groups and through reading public comments. One related to stormwater management. Stormwater management will be managed on site, meeting current state regulations and city ordinances, and will not impact neighboring properties. The traffic study that Michael alluded to that was completed did identify during peak hour an increase of approximately 2%, less than 2% in traffic, which amounts to, I believe, less than 40 vehicle trips per hour. That also amounts to about 1 second of additional delay at intersections, which does not result in a material change in level of service for traffic. And that does include the proffered the roadway improvements that Michael alluded to and were shown on the screen previously. The lighting plan has been developed for this facility, and I do have a copy of it if there are technical questions or anyone wants to look at that. But they will be attractive lantern fixtures with downlights and backlight shields to prevent the spillage of light off property, and we have the calculations and modeling to show that that will work. So, long story short, there's been a lot of work conducted on this to date. Sabre is involved with the community, and the city is looking forward to continuing partnership to deliver this project as it moves forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Have our next speaker to speak in favor of this ordinance. And we got about 4.5 minutes left.
I won't need that long.
That's okay.
Good evening. My name is Tom Crowley. 2261 Bridge Road is where I reside. For the past 25 years, we have lived there while raising our 4 sons, and we're in heaven. We love it. We love it. We live right next door to the horse farm, and this has been a concern for as long as we've been there, wondering what's going to go there next. And I can tell you, I was very pleased to learn that a nursing home was going to potentially be built there. After reviewing the 632 pages of design package, I fully support this project, and most of my neighbors do as well. I haven't spoken to every one of them, but the ones that I have spoken to them, which are the majority, are in favor of this project. It's a beautiful facility, and it will provide much needed care for our community. I think it's a good fit. It's not perfect, but what is? Besides our wives, right? There's a few numbers that I think I'll just go over. There's 452 beds in Suffolk for long-term care / rehab. And a total population in Suffolk is around 105,000, 16,000 of whom are seniors, which I am now qualified as. The ratios, though, seem pretty low. When you 452 divided by those numbers, you get 0.5% and 2.8% respectively. So pretty low ratio, I would think. I see this as a great opportunity to add another healthcare facility in our community. There are lots of seniors in our area, and I think it would be beneficial. It would be helpful to our family members to have them close by and not having to go travel outside of Suffolk to another facility, say in Virginia Beach, God forbid, if you have to go over there. So, I'm all for this project, and I just wanted you to know that the folks, there are folks that support this project. So I ask for your vote to approve. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Okay, we've got a little over a minute left. If someone would like to offer some brief comments in support of this project.
Mr. Mayor, Council, I'm Al Will at 1640 Egret Circle in Suffolk, of course, head of the Suffolk Peninsula Community Partnership. I do want a clarification on the traffic. It's the roadway design we have concerns about. We believe that the project should be approved, but it's the roadway design, the U-turns, and I have notified you, Mr. Mayor, and you, Councilman Barlow, about this. So approval, we believe it's a good fit. It meets the western section of the northern growth area, the definitions that were put in the Suffolk 2045 last year, and that's good, but it's that roadway design that we need to clarify. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, that concludes the time for our opponents. Do we have anyone proponents? Do we have anyone who would like to speak in opposition to this project?
Good evening, Mayor, and forgive me for stepping up. Don't get verklempt, okay?
We ran out of time. So I'm coming up under opposition so that I can list the things to what Mr. Al Will spoke to, but it's not necessarily opposition. We call it for your consideration under the opposition minutes. Hello. So we don't have an opposition in the community. As any application that's come forward, we always are looking for what we know is an already existing problem, right? And what can we do better to welcome a neighbor? As I said before the Planning Commission, it wasn't necessarily the application itself. I do, point of order, have heard that this has been in the works, could be wrong, for over 2 years. That part's wrong. If you have issues to bring into the community when we are literally the least improved corner of Suffolk, when I say corner, I mean corner, the northwest corner. We're labeled urban development, okay, area, but we do not see our stormwater tax returned to us. We do not see our taxes returned to us in improvements, and we're the last to say anything about it because we know there's critical needs in other areas of the city. But we can work with that, right? And we're welcoming this neighbor. And yes, please, all the elders, we love our elders. And I hope they hear that tonight. So what to Mr. Al Will said, my name is Kelly Hingler. I'm the executive president of the Crittenden Eclipse and Hobson Heritage Civic League, which has been in existence since 1946, only primarily because we had to be able to adopt the schoolhouse that we have to save it for the community, and other places did not have the opportunity to do that when it was being closed. So here we are moving through time. We do really ask of one other point of order. We do not have an office institutional zoning district. What we had was someone who procured a piece of property next to St. Andrews and was able to get it office institutional, and now the horse farm, which we are losing, we're going to lose another ag use in Suffolk, but for a good purpose. Okay, but that does not make us an office institutional conditional zoning district. We are a neighborhood that has grown over 400 years. Each one of our farm homesteads has been converted into something useful in the community. We invite people to come out anytime and enjoy it, drive through it, see it, right? And we go and do that in other communities as well. So to that point, can we please have something for traffic come forward? Because there is nothing to present to the investors here of an actual traffic piece between those two-lane bridges, which we're still going to be stuck with for the next 10 to 20 years. That we do ask for, not for us, but the 30,000 cars per day that travel over and have to go down to 2 lanes on the Nansman, back across our 1.4 mile strip of segment, US Route 17 going into Alawite County, and then back onto another 2-lane bridge. Reality is it's unsafe for everybody that is dependent on US Route 17. So for that, we beg you as a city to take a look at that as something segmental that we can all study together. It's not just for our community. And with that, I think that's it. Again, for your consideration, and I didn't want the good people back here puckering up, thinking that I was up here to roar at y'all about that. So thank you so much, and happy Thanksgiving to all.
Do we have anyone else present who would like to speak in opposition? We do have some rebuttal time. I don't know if that needs rebuttal, but we've got some extra time allotted for it, 5 minutes in rebuttal.
Thank you, Mayor Duman. I think I would just want to go on the record as saying 2 things. One, I think traffic has been established tonight from my first time here in front of you guys as an opportunity to improve, and we're here as willing partners to help you do that. Secondly, I did want to point out that the way the nursing home world works is you must apply to this Commonwealth of Virginia for the Certificate of Public Need. What that means is you must establish with the Commonwealth through an application process that there is this area, public, or what we consider Planning District 20, which is how the Commonwealth views it, as an area that needs nursing home beds. That has been approved and fully vetted by the Commonwealth, and we do have that today and are looking forward to building this in your community. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you, sir. Do we have anyone else who'd like to speak during the rebuttal period? Hearing none, this public hearing is now closed. Council, an ordinance has been presented for your consideration. Questions, comments, or a motion? Councilmember Butler Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor. One of the, so I think this is a great project. I've heard from folks in the community. I think it's a good fit. It's essentially residential use, which is kind of what that area is known for. And we also want amenities that improve the life of the citizens in that particular area. So I think it's a really good fit. I appreciate that the lighting issues have been addressed because that was a concern. My only concern at this point is we have, so we had a guy earlier that is a visual person. We have a narrative about the improvements for the traffic lanes, but I wish we had something on a map that we could look at for exactly what this is going to be. But can somebody describe for me? I mean, again, I can read it here. Extend the existing northbound left turn bay. But can somebody kind of walk me through how the in and out of the traffic is going to work? Who's gonna?
Good evening, Councilwoman. I'd be happy to address that.
Thank you.
Jason Souders with traffic engineering. I heard the median break mentioned here at the entrance. So basically what we've done here, again, I'll tell you this is not perfect. We're doing the best we can to design this. And really what's driving everything here is just code and design standards, state and city design standards. So what you have here is we have separation distance requirements for median breaks on divided highways such as Bridge Road in this area. So based on the speed limit, 45 miles an hour, the minimum separation distance for median breaks is 650, and then the desirable distance is 800. You have just under 1,000 feet between the two existing median breaks out there. So by code, we can't add another median break in here. That being said, the entrance is limited to a right-in, right-out. We've required a right turn lane for that entrance. And then we're looking at the two existing median breaks, how to improve those to make them safe. The TIA makes recommendations to improve the southbound median break by adding a left turn lane there. It'd be a standard 200-foot by 200-foot deceleration lane. And then we'll look at the turning radius there. If we need to add a little bit of a loom on the outside of the northbound lanes to be able to safely accommodate that movement, we will. Again, northbound at the church where we have the existing median break, that's a substandard left turn lane now. That will also be improved with this project to provide a standard 200 by 200 left turn lane, making that safer. And then again, we'll look at that turning radius to make sure that movement can be accommodated safely. Hope that helps a little bit. Do you have any more specific questions?
Yeah, I'm trusting that we're going to get it right, because I think the closer you are to the bridge, I think the more scary it is. I mean, the idea of a U-turn. So I appreciate the fact that it's not right up against the foot of the bridge by code. The other thing that I'm assuming that when we get our Crittenden Road realignment straightened out, we're going to have a light there. So I'm thinking that will help regulate traffic and give opportunities to do a U-turn. So I don't know if that's been considered as part of this, but that's very, very close to this cut through. And the other thing, and I'm sorry, I'm looking over to Chief Bowie. It would be great if people actually went 45 miles an hour on Route 17. And I don't know how we stop that. People are just driving crazy, but I think that's one of the primary problems. I mean, coming across that bridge, people are going 60, 65 easily, and that's everywhere. That's the whole country, I think. People just don't know how to drive anymore, but maybe that can be a piece of this as we go through the construction process, that we have some enforcement to get people just, try to slow things down a little bit. But again, I appreciate the update. I think as we go through this, if there's other improvements that we can make, I hope that we'll do that, and just want to make sure everybody can get in and out of there safely. So thank you for that. So other than that, like I said, I appreciate the presentations. I think it's a great project, and I would like to move to approve.
Okay, we got a motion for approval from Councilmember Butler-Parlow, Councilmember Wright.
Second.
Got a second from Councilmember Wright. Is there any discussion of the motion? Before we vote, I also think that this is an excellent project for that area. No doubt we talk about two major concerns with every project, schools and roads. Obviously, we don't have a school problem. We're not generating any kids out of a nursing home, so that one we can count on. And I think we could also probably count that a lot of those folks don't do a lot of driving. And the applicant's statement, when you think of a nursing home, this isn't a 9-to-5 business with people coming and going at those times. This is a 24/7 operation. So those employees, a majority of those employees will be coming and going at off times. So I think it is a very, very, very good fit for that corridor. I appreciate the comments from the Suffolk Peninsula Partnership, and I'm glad that we are looking at the particular traffic issue that you talked about to see if we can mitigate that issue to the extent that we can. So with that, I also support this, and we have a motion on the floor for approval from Councilmember Butler Barlow, seconded by Councilmember Wright. If there is no further discussion, council members prepare to vote. Please cast your vote. Madam Clerk, kindly record the vote.
Motion is approved by a vote of 8-0.
Okay, our next public hearing is an ordinance to grant a conditional use permit to establish a commercial dog kennel use on property located at 6128 Old Myrtle Road, zoning map 23, parcels 19 and 19A. This is account number 251193000 and 253071700. This is CUP 2025-4. Mr. Manager, please provide an overview of the item.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council, Kevin Wine, Director of Planning and Community Development, will provide the staff overview.
Thank you again, Mr. Manager, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council. As stated, this is a request for a conditional use permit that would ultimately establish a commercial kennel on property located on Old Myrtle, 6128 Old Myrtle Road, zoning map 23, parcels 19 and 19A. The property is roughly just north of an acre, 1.01 acres collectively. It is zoned A, agricultural zoning district, and it is located in our rural agricultural use district within the 2045 comprehensive plan. So within the agricultural zoning district, in order to operate a commercial kennel, a CUP is required. In this case, the use would consist of 24 outdoor kennel spaces covered with a carport, in which I will show you some pictures of, and would include a misting system to keep the dogs cool during the summer months. The proposal in this case requests keeping 20 dogs specifically for breeding. However, that is not inclusive of the dogs that are not actively breeding and currently up for purchase. Here you have a survey of the property. You can see the home there, located right on Old Myrtle Road. In red, that is the area to be utilized as the outdoor kennel space. That is a large carport in which the sides are screened with metal, and then the kennel spaces consist of some fencing in which separates those 24 kennel spaces. So with any conditional use permit that we analyze in the city, we look very closely at the Unified Development Ordinance and the criteria that are established in order to properly evaluate and ensure that a use of this nature can be properly mitigated as it relates to any potential negative impacts to surrounding property owners and any conflicts with existing land uses that have been established in the area. Staff has evaluated this application based on the size of the property, the number and concentration of dogs, and the close proximity to existing residential structures. We do not believe that specifically noise, potential odor can be properly mitigated through conditions. So staff is recommending denial of this application. The Planning Commission at their meeting on May 20th, 2025, voted a 7-0 to recommend denial of this application before you all this evening. It is important to note that while we are recommending denial, and it's coming before you all with a recommendation of denial, that should you be inclined to approve this application, we have provided 5 conditions within staff's report that we believe would be critical in order for this use to attempt to mitigate some of those potential negative impacts. With that being said, that concludes my presentation on this item. I'll be happy to stand by at the conclusion of the public hearing should you have any questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wine. Madam Clerk, will you please explain the timing system?
This is a public hearing, and each speaker is asked to provide their name and their address. We will have a 10-minute period for the proponents, a 15-minute period for those in opposition, and then an additional 5 minutes for rebuttal.
This is a public hearing. Will the first speaker please come forward and provide their name and address? This is to speak in favor.
Samantha Rogers, 6128 Old Myrtle Road. Good evening, Mayor Duman, Vice Mayor Ward, and City Council members. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you this evening. I am Samantha Wood. My husband, Travis Wood, normally would handle public speaking, but unfortunately, he cannot be here with us today due to his current Navy deployment serving our beautiful country. As you are aware, we are the property owners of 6128 Old Myrtle Road and are requesting approval to operate a family-run dog breeding kennel for our 20 Chinese Shar-Pei. We specialize in raising AKC Chinese Shar-Pei, focusing on ethical breeding practices, strict health standards, and responsible ownership education. Our primary objective in breeding our dogs is to provide healthier Shar-Pei for families who have lost their Shar-Pei due to irresponsible breeding practices. We do not breed the typical heavy-faced, short-snouted, excessively wrinkled Shar-Pei. Our dogs are more traditional with very minimal wrinkles. We prioritize correct conformation, limited wrinkles, good eyes, tighter skin to minimize potential health and eye issues. Our breeding program focuses on health and temperament at every stage. We do not breed our female dogs until they reach the age of 2, and only if they demonstrate sufficient maturity. If a female is reluctant to breed by age 3, we refrain from breeding and seek a loving pet companion home. We have never placed any of our dogs in a shelter or rescue, and we always find loving pet companion homes for them if needed. We currently maintain a breeding program consisting of 14 females, 10 of which are at breeding age and 6 males. The entire breeding stock, with the exception of our youngest male and our 2 youngest females, are not yet of breeding age. They have not undergone genetic health testing and DNA analysis to identify genetic markers for SPADE, also known as Shar-Pei fever, glaucoma, and over 280 non-breed related genetic disorders. As one of the select few breeders of the Shar-Pei in the United States who prioritize health screening, we exclusively only breed health screen Shar-Pei. Notably, we are the only Chinese Shar-Pei breeder in the United States to openly offer genetic health screening on puppies prior to their departure. This screening involves a DNA swab, which provides DNA and genetic testing results within 4 to 8 weeks after laboratory analysis. To ensure optimal care and attention, we typically breed up to 4 females at a time, maintaining a maximum of 20 puppies at any given time. The average litter size for Shar-Pei is usually between 3 and 5. Pregnant females and puppies are raised in a highly controlled environment, receiving around-the-clock supervised care in individual whelping areas. Our family provides hands-on assistance in delivering puppies and comforting adult dogs in labor. The comfort and well-being of our dogs, especially during labor, are of extreme importance. Our nursing mothers and puppies receive continuous care and socialization within our family environment for the remaining 8 weeks. Additionally, our adult females are given the opportunity to spend time with our family while the puppies are sleeping or playing. Our puppies are introduced to household sounds, children's gentle interactions, and plenty of affection from birth. They are socialized, cuddled, and played with by our family on a daily basis and are started on house training prior to leaving our care. Each puppy also receives a veterinarian examination from a local veterinarian, and we require them to be 8 weeks of age prior to leaving. We provide each puppy with AKC papers for registration as a pet companion only, not for breeding purposes. Each puppy is also offered with a 4 or 5-year genetic health guarantee covering SPADE, cancer, diabetes, glaucoma, or any other life-threatening genetic defect, as well as an adoption agreement ensuring that a family will contact us if they are unable to keep the dog. or if any health issues or temperament issues arise. A contract agreement is also in place requiring the dog be spayed or neutered by no later than 12 months of age. We require veterinarian proof of spay and neuter no later than age 12. In the event that a family does not spay or neuter the dog by age 12, we reserve the right to repossess the dog and take civil action in Suffolk. In this contract, we also prohibit the family from ever placing the dog in a shelter or rescue. In the event a family cannot keep their dog, we will assist them in finding a new loving home. Additionally, each puppy is microchip vaccinated, dewormed, and provided with 30 days of free pet insurance, as well as detailed information on Shar-Pei. On a monthly basis, weather permitting, we take our adult Shar-Pei to the Lake Mead Park, and we walk them on leash, allowing them time to socialize and play with other dogs. Our adults are also allowed to come inside on an individual basis to socialize and be with our family. Our Shar-Pei are housed in a 60 by 26 foot carport building that was installed to shield the dogs from direct sunlight, wind, rain, and snow. Additionally, 11 LED hanging lights were installed in the building to provide adequate lighting and comfort. Furthermore, the building is situated on cinder blocks to ensure cleanliness and sanitation, providing regulated ground temperatures. All of this allows the dogs to be protected from the elements, but also have fresh air and sunshine when desired to aid in healthy growth and development. The interior walls are expanded metal wire, allowing the Shar-Pei to see and socialize with each other to maintain healthy temperaments. Wi-Fi connected thermometers are also installed at both ends of the kennel, providing accurate temperature readings sent directly to our phones with built-in temperature set points to initiate emergency procedures during extreme weather conditions. During periods of high temperatures, we utilize a misting system that extends throughout the kennel, providing cooling mist for all 24 kennels. This misting system has been recorded to drop the temperature by 20 degrees in extreme heat. During periods of low temperatures, we conduct hourly checks of the kennels. And if this temperature drops below 40 degrees or if any dog exhibits signs of distress, we initiate our emergency plan. We also plan to install industrial fans prior to next summer to help cool the kennel during the summer months. The building consists of 24 individual kennels, each measuring 10 foot by 5 feet. Each kennel is equipped with a spacious doghouse that exceeds the dog's size, allowing for effortless standing, turning, sitting, and lying down. Each doghouse and kennel size exceeds USDA and AKC regulations, allowing much more room than what is required. Each doghouse is furnished with a blanket to provide warmth and comfort. Blankets are cleaned and replaced as needed. Doghouses are inspected daily and cleaned at a minimum bi-weekly. In addition, we provide large raised pet beds to further enhance comfort and reduce ground contact if desired by the dog. We are also in the process of introducing large rubber horse stall mats to also increase comfort. Each dog is provided bones, toys, bones and toys for chewing and play. The dogs also receive love and play during our time in the kennel each day. They receive regular grooming, including baths, nail trimming, and ear cleaning once a month or more frequently as needed. Waste is collected twice a day from each kennel and disposed of in sealed bags, which are stored in a sealed trash bin in the building until trash pickup. Concrete block is pressure washed and sanitized once a week or more as frequently or as needed to keep the kennel as clean as possible and reduce odors. Fly traps are placed around the property in the kennel to mitigate the potential for nuisance. Dog food purchased from Tractor Supply is stored in a secured lidded barrel. During kennel checks, dogs are also given treats. Fresh water is provided daily, and food and water bowls are sanitized once every other day to ensure dog safety. Each dog is taken out of its kennel daily and given a maximum of 30 minutes of play and exercise in the 60 by 30 run, allowing for socialization and interaction with our family and other Shar-Pei. We do not allow in-person customer interactions on or near our property. The approach enables us to separate business operations involving unknown individuals from our family life, ensuring the safety of our dogs, puppies, and children. And as a result of this decision, our business does not generate any traffic impact on the surrounding area. Upon a puppy reaching 8 weeks of age, we arrange all in-person meetings at nearby locations such as vet offices or local pet supply stores. We are aware of PETA's arguments against not only our breeding operation, but all breeding operations, and it is unlikely that any reputable breeder can alleviate PETA's concerns regarding dog breeding, as they oppose all breeding of dogs. Our dogs serve not only as breeding animals, but also as cherished companions. We love each and every one of our dogs, more than I can ever sit up here and explain to all of you in 12 minutes. The thought of every one of our dogs, the thought of a life without one of my dogs is unimaginable. To be clear, voting for denial of this conditional use permit would not only eliminate one of the foremost Chinese Shar-Pei breeders in the United States, but also devastate our children who have grown up alongside our dogs and our puppies. Raising our dogs and puppies has instilled in our children with a sense of responsibility and compassion for animals, teaching them valuable life lessons life skills such as compassion, respect, responsibility, and compassion for animals, and social skills. Our family bond has been strengthened over the years through our shared experiences with our dogs and our puppies, providing us with comfort and self-therapy. Furthermore, our dogs and puppies have been a source of comfort during my husband's deployments and the time that we do not have with him. We strive to operate within the bounds of law and with integrity, and I respectfully request that if you do not support our current request for 20 dogs on our property, you consider proposing a lower number that you deem acceptable for breeding. We are willing to reduce the number of breeding dogs in our program in order to be granted a conditional use permit. Once again, our dogs are not only for breeding, like our children, they are my entire world. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone to speak, anyone present to speak in opposition? Is there anyone present to speak in opposition?
Good evening, Mayor Duman, Vice Mayor Ward, and City Council members. My name is Rachel Bellis, 501 Front Street, Norfolk, and I am here tonight on behalf of People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals, or PETA. According to the application, Zealous Blue LLC's managing members want to procure a conditional use permit to operate a commercial dog kennel as defined by the City of Suffolk Unified Development Ordinance. On May 16, 2025, PETA wrote to the Planning Commission to address animal welfare concerns based on the kennel's application. On May 20, we spoke at the Planning Commission meeting, during which the Commission recommended denial of this application. On June 30, we sent a letter to the City Council asking officials to follow suit based on our concern for the welfare of the dogs on the property. As the applicants have resubmitted their application for a commercial dog kennel permit, we are restating our objections to their application. The resubmitted application does not assuage our concerns for the welfare of the dogs in this operation. The applicants still have 5 adult male and 15 adult female dogs who are kept separately outdoors in individual 5-foot by 10-foot kennels. The dogs are fed once a day and let out of their tiny enclosures only 30 minutes a day. According to the supplement report, the dogs are provided with the bare minimum required by Virginia Code. The applicants have added references to AKC, the American Kennel Club, requirements to the supplemental report in an attempt to legitimize their practices. Being AKC registered or having papers means only that the applicants paid the AKC with a record showing that 2 genetically related dogs produced an inbred puppy. All purebred dogs of any given breed are related to each other because maintaining the breed's characteristic physical traits, which are often the result of recessive gene expression, requires it. The applicants' newly submitted materials include a list of expenses showing their community support. These expenses are to be expected of any breeding operation involving 20 adult dogs who are kept outdoors. The amount spent on veterinary care, $4,190, seems alarmingly low for 20 adult dogs and multiple litters of puppies. One of the biggest health concerns of all dogs is heartworm disease, which can easily be prevented with monthly prescription medication, but is fatal when contracted and left untreated. According to the online pharmacy PetMeds, one 12-pack of monthly HeartGuard Plus chews for dogs between 51 and 100 pounds is $145.89. For 20 dogs, the cost of just heartworm prevention for the year would be $3,000. The cost of annual rabies shots for 20 dogs could easily total $1,000. The cost of vaccines for a single puppy could be around $100 per visit. The numbers do not seem to add up for the most basic preventative care for these dogs. Also listed among the breeder's expenses is a $100 donation to Suffolk Animal Control. This is half the amount they would need to pay for individual city dog licenses for 20 intact adult dogs. Suffolk Animal Control's operating expenses for 2025 added up to roughly $1.5 million. In 2024, the city shelter took in 1,054 dogs and adopted out 244 of them for a nominal fee of $95 each. Although the applicants have not stated the number of puppies sold, it could be nearly 50 per year, given 4 breeding females who could easily have 2 litters of 4 to 6 puppies. Currently, the Zealous Blue website misleadingly advertises puppies for adoption for prices ranging from $3,000 to $4,500 each. The legal definition of adoption in Virginia is the transfer of ownership of a companion animal from a nonprofit releasing agency to an individual. Since 2013, it has been illegal to keep dogs tethered unattended in Suffolk. The City Council enacted this ordinance to protect dogs from the inherent cruelty of being kept in isolation or at the mercy of the elements. Dogs confined to kennels can suffer just as much as those kept chained 24/7. Respectfully, we urge you to deny Zealous Blue application for a conditional use permit to operate a commercial kennel. Thank you for your consideration, and thank you for everything that you do.
We have our next speaker to speak in opposition to this ordinance. We have anyone else present to speak in opposition?
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff. My name is Sue Copeland. This is my husband, Joey. We live at 6148 Old Myrtle Road. We've had this property ever since we've been married, and our property is next door with only, it's adjacent to 6128 for Zealous Blue Commercial Kennel. The reason we're here, we had been back in May and voiced our opinion that we would like to have this denied. We both supplied pictures, information in that time that we didn't feel like that the animals were being taken care of, and there are diagram there shows in the red where that kennel sits. There is a building to the left of it. I believe they're using that for storage. And again, the ditch is on this side. From that area, and you can correct me, I believe we said it was 75?
It's approximately 75 feet from the kennel to the home there.
At the front door.
And our concerns were is the dog's noise by having any outside. We rent the property. Willie Wynn is the rental there. He says he doesn't have a problem with that per se himself. My comment was the last time we were here that if he decides to leave on to better his life or do something else and we want to rent it out again, we've got the kennel here. Now, Mr. Wood stated last time that was here that he talked to all the homeowners. That's not quite correct. He's never spoke to me about putting a kennel there. I'll look at it that the area that he has and what he has on his property, he needs a minimum of 5 acres to complete a job and not have an impact to the neighboring homeowners. If this was moved to the opposite side of his land, I guess I could consider it, but I'm with Peter on this, on their sizing of the pens. They're locating and doing the misting. What are we going to do with the flies, the mosquitoes, and the remainder of the urine and the other elements only 75 feet from the other house? I mentioned the last time we were here that I would ask you, as all of you individuals, would you want a dog kennel 75 feet from your front door? That's all I'm asking. And I'm asking that it be denied to have at 75 feet. That's my concern.
I would like to add that we could stand up here and run out of time and keep going if we had to. My concern that I saw that I think is kind of important, they have an emergency action procedure. It's very detailed, and I've never been invited on their property. I did have, I talked to her once about the building that we're speaking of for storage. A lot of stuff is done there. I found out that has not been a permit on it. I've talked to the city and asked them to recheck it. I do not get any phone calls back about this issue. And going back to the emergency action procedures, if you will just look at that, the rest is already come and gone back in May, just a repeat. This procedure is going to take more than 2 people. And I do realize on that paper that's provided, there are 10 people. It's Mr. Wood, Miss Samantha, I believe is her name. I've never been introduced to her or spoke to her. But that's 2 people with all these dogs on this property. And a condition of a hurricane, tornado, fire, which they've already had a fire and killed a dog and puppies. That was on the news. You can pull that up. I have that provided too. There's no way 2 people can do what is suggested in her papers as an emergency action procedure. There's just no way. Yes, there are other people on that paper that they can call to help them in a situation. But I don't know where they are, if they're on the other side of Suffolk, 2 miles down the road, I don't know. But that is an issue. And I know if it was a tornado coming to my house with that many dogs, I would not, and again, he's in the service, and I thank him for that. But there's no way if this happens, I mean, it's going to be sad on the animals. And they've provided chicken coops and everything there. It is all grown up. Some places is over my head. I've provided pictures before. I've done today. The ditch is not maintained by them. We do that. We've always have, even before they were there. We kept it clean, and then our side is clean. And if you go to the back of the property, you'll see everything's grown up, it's scattered. There's trees cut down. They will not finish a project started. They start something else. And this is all good, what she's provided about putting the cover and everything and this and that and the other, but nothing else prior to that is cleaned up. It's too much there for the size of the property. And I know zoning allows so much space. They've got turkeys, they've got chickens, got all these dogs. Now they're talking about wanting to breed. This is not good. If anybody knows, I know I was raised in that community all my life on a farm, and my granddaddy ran the country store across the road. So I know the location. If anybody doesn't, I do. And this is going to be this is wrong. But that's my opinion. That's y'all's decision, how you want it to turn out. But there's a lot more. It's nothing I have against animals. I love them. I've had so many. You can say what else you want to say.
It's just the idea of the dog kennel ones being so close to residence itself.
Yes.
And like I said last time, if you can handle a dog kennel 100 feet from your front door, then I have to accept that. If they had it announced in another way, and Mr. Wood came to me in the past when we put the mobile home there, we had to go to Mr. Holler, which was the original one there, and across each corner, and we had to sign off that he was happy us coming there. And I kind of looked at it that if this kennel was going to be done accordingly, that we would have the same respect as him coming to us and say, what do you think about us putting a kennel in?
But we were never asked or told that there was going to be a kennel there.
In saying that, that's one thing I disagree with, the communication with it. And two is that I agree with Peter for the size of the containers that they've got. And I may say it may be some question about how much times actually the pups are let out, being that the times I've been up there. I haven't eyeballed anything, but I'm just saying in the times I've been up there to help Willie cut grass, he had a stroke. And other times that I didn't see what was written up on the paper being observed at the kennel. Now, it could be that day that they didn't do that. That's all I got to say, really.
That's right. So we thank you for listening, and we hope you all have a good holiday.
Thank you.
Thank you. That kind of concludes our opposition time. At this time, Ms. Wood, you have 5 minutes for rebuttal. If you'd like to respond to any of the comments that were made, now's your time to do it.
Thank you. So on the other side of our property is our well, so we can't put the dog kennel on that side of the property. And when we purchased this property, we already had our dogs. We couldn't go to Mr. and Mrs. Copeland and say, hey, you know, we already had the dogs. Like, it's not like this is something new for us. We had these dogs when we moved to Suffolk. I would like to also add a little bit more information about the building and the noise, because I know they're saying that they have concerns about the noise. The building has also played a crucial role in mitigating noise, as the long sides are mostly enclosed, thereby minimizing the impact of barking on the neighboring properties. Barking has never been a concern or a complaint with our neighbors, and we have not received any noise complaints prior to or following the installation to the building. We have spoke to Willie, which is the neighbor that rents the property, and he loves our dogs. He has come over. He has, seen our dogs, pets our dogs. He has no issues with us. I do understand her concern about, if he leaves the property and another person moving into the trailer. I do understand that. I do understand that. Also, to further enhance noise mitigation and climate control, we plan to install custom rolling canvas sides on the shorter ends of the building, allowing us to open the sides for fresh air or close them during inclement weather or winter months. We are currently in the process of selecting a local company to design and install the custom sides. Additionally, we have obtained permit approval for privacy fencing on the west and south sides of the property, and intend to install a 6-foot fence to further reduce noise towards the neighboring properties. And I also want to add that we have permits for all of the structures on our property, including the storage building that Mrs. Copeland was talking about. Also, the fence will also reduce the train noise towards our property. Please keep in mind, there are trains that pass through at all hours of the day and the night that exceed the length of time that our dogs bark. And were recorded at 110 decibels, which is significantly higher than the sound of all of our dogs barking at once. The train tracks are less than 80 yards from the corner of our property and lie even closer to the neighboring houses than the kennels. And that's all I have to say. Thank you, guys.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Do we have anyone else who would like to speak during the rebuttal period? Hearing no additional speakers, this public hearing is now closed. Council, questions, comments, or a motion? Hearing none, I'd like to, go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilman Rector. Slow on the draw there.
Exactly. Well, I was going to give somebody else the opportunity to speak if they wanted to. Didn't want to hog the mic, as it were. It's a tough one. When you moved to, and this is of the applicant, when you were going to move to Suffolk and you signed your purchase agreement to buy the property, did you check into the legality of bringing all these dogs with you? Because I know that one of the provisions in the disclosures is you check out ordinances and local zoning laws and everything else for what you want to do And I see you shaking your head, yes, but if you did, somebody perhaps gave you some bad information as to what is allowed and what is not allowed, and whether you're going to be able to continue to breed your dogs on this particular property without any kind of conditional use permit or anything?
We were under the impression that we had to have a kennel license, which we did get approved for a kennel license for up to 50 dogs. We have never intended to have 50 dogs. That was the only thing that I could find online, was that we needed a kennel license to have the dogs that we have in Suffolk.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, you and I have been to an awful lot of ribbon cuttings together, and I know that one of the things that you say when you do the ribbon cuttings is this is the right business at the right time in the right location. And unfortunately, I don't believe that this is the right business in the right location. So with that having been said, I am going to throw a motion out on the floor for denial of this conditional use permit.
Okay, we get a motion for denial. Is there any other discussion? Councilmember Johnson.
You are in my borough, by the way, in Myrtle, I think. My concern is very much like the other councilman's here, as far as this should have been researched a little bit more thoroughly. I'm not sure that your facilities are adequate. I don't know that there's people out there to monitor them, as far as to make sure that the dogs are being looked after and that the rules are being followed. And other than having our animal control people, they're not really, this is not their job to go out and monitor this kind of thing. You did make a suggestion in the beginning that you would be more than willing to get rid of part of the dogs and keep less dogs. Is there a number that we would be aware of that would be okay for her to keep?
No.
How do we?
If I could ask Mr. Wine in regards to the zoning and permitting. I know there's two categories of kennels, from this to this and that, and actually had a conversation with Mr. Wood probably 3, 4, 5 months ago. And my concern is when I saw the numbers, it's, you know, it kind of bothered me as to the numbers. And he was like, well, I went to get my permit, and they had, I think it was 0 to something and then something to 50. And he asked, was there any difference in the price, whatever. He said, nah, it's the same thing. He said, all right, well, give me the big one. You know, and he didn't realize, I don't think at the time, that puppies under 6 months old do not count in the count, because puppies do not do the count. So could you explain the different, the permits, the zoning involved?
Yeah, so the zoning definition of a commercial kennel completely separate from the city code requirements for a kennel. But it all comes down to, from a land use perspective, when you are breeding, selling dogs, boarding them for, you know, basically a commercial use. It doesn't matter how many dogs you have as a part of that operation. There's no minimum, there's no maximum. But considering that they're breeding dogs for purchase at their property, it is a commercial kennel per our Unified Development Ordinance.
But there's no, I mean, just a permit's a permit. You can have 6 or you can have 100?
So it would be appropriate, considering that it is a conditional use permit, to set a limit of dogs, but it doesn't matter if it's, you know, 1 or 100, it's still a commercial kennel.
Okay, so, and to Councilman Rector's point, having been around dogs way before I was born, you know, I was kind of born with dogs, and been on both sides of the fence. I've had plenty of rescue dogs, I've had show-up dogs, but I've also had interactions with many breeders that breed and show their dogs that want to advance that particular breed. And a lot of what I hear, and I don't think I need you for any more. I'm just going to be running my mouth at this point. I don't want you to pass out. So at this particular, you know, a lot of what I hear from Mrs. Wood are the words of a reputable breeder, to the point as contracts which require him to come back, the genetic research he does. I mean, every dog breed, because in Peter's case, and she's exactly right, technically, every purebred dog is inbred to some point because they have their own characteristics. And depending on what the dog is, I mean, German Shepherds are very susceptible to hip dysplasia. Corgis have back problems. Other breeds have their known problems, and genetic testing is one of the things that you can do. In this particular case, I mean, we're looking at the fact that this is being classified as a commercial kennel, so the zoning change is, yes, relevant to the number of dogs you can have, but also more relevant to the business end of it. You're doing it, you know, as a business for whatever reason, even though you might be, you know, your intent is to advance the breed itself, breed reputable, have puppies that will be sold to people with guarantees and that sort of thing. You know, we don't want it to be a puppy mill. You know, the sheer numbers just blow my mind. I would not, and I appreciate Peter being here. I worked very hard with Daphne in 2013 to get the tethering bill that she was talking about. I think we were the first and second in Hampton Roads, and to do that, and I'm proud that we're able to accomplish that. And I was able to receive a lot of information from Peter, so it helped move that forward to get it done. So it's not that I'm insensitive to how we care for our animals. I would ask, it doesn't appear that while there may be some questions as to are things optimum as far as the temperature or what have you, the issues that you're trying to address, it doesn't appear that any of them come close to what we'd actually fall with any type of animal cruelty laws by a long shot. If I was you and somebody said, you know, if somebody told me, you know, they were going to take my dogs, we'd have a problem. I would be okay if this was possibly tabled and you brought that dog count way down. I mean, I can't fathom, I mean, maybe you can do it, but I can't wrap my arms around it, to reduce the, you know, the 20. By right, any individual can have 5 adult dogs and puppies without having a license. I mean, if we're not selling them, you know, if I want 5 dogs in my house and I like dogs and I want to have a couple litters a year and, you know, give them to my friends, I can do that. But with a commercial operation, it's a little different. It doesn't sound like you're doing any boarding or anything. So that's not an issue. I didn't hear anything as far as the overall conditions of the property, whether the drainage and the sanitary issues were being handled as far as the waste is concerned. Because, you know, especially when we had German Shepherds, you know, you get a pretty good sized dog, you have lots of dogs. I mean, that's a constant job. I didn't hear, and there may be, and the Copelands can correct me, I didn't hear any issues with smell issues or sanitation issues, that sort of thing. So I think the best thing to do, I mean, that's just my opinion, I'm just one out of 8 bodies here, is to table this thing for at least 60 days. Now, I don't know what your schedule is with your husband being deployed, but when he gets back, maybe have some conversations, cut that number down to in half. I think in half would be a good start. Some of these initiatives that you're talking about to address the care issues, if it's the canvas, if it's the privacy fencing, whatever it is, make that part of your application. Proffer some of these things that the neighbors are concerned with. Proffer some of these things that folks like, you know, Peter may be concerned with as far as, you know, the care of the dogs. You know, I feel like with what you say, I feel like you're doing, for the most part, you're doing the right thing. You know, I hear the right things coming out of your mouth, the socialization part of it. I'm a little concerned with the medication part of it, because I can tell you, I got 3 puppies. I spent seems like I spend $4,000 every 3 months, you know, on mine, going through the medications and whatever by the time you do, you know, heartworm and, anyhow, they get 2 of them on a regular basis, like every 3 months, plus the shots and everything. But that's what I would recommend, you know, and I don't know if anybody else wants to, can I make a substitute motion? I can't do that. I forgot what the rules were.
No, as the chair.
Yeah, okay. All right. If
And there's no motion, so there wouldn't be a substitute.
Nobody's made a motion yet?
It's not
Okay.
been seconded.
Okay, so we haven't got a second yet. Thank you for that clarification. That's why we pay you the big money. So with that being said, I would suggest maybe a motion to table for either 60 or 90 days for you to, because you got to understand the process. You know, amend your application, reduce the number of male dogs you have, knowing that puppies don't count in the count. I mean, I think up until they're 6 months old, they're considered puppies. Reduce that number. In your application, proffer some of the concerns that would address the neighbors' concerns in regards to the, you know, the canvas sides would do 2 things. It would muffle any noise that's coming out of there, help with the temperatures and that sort of thing. The privacy fencing would help. Anything that you think would address those issues, proffer those in your application, which means that you've got to do it. If you don't, we're going to take it away, even though this is a rezoning. We can't do that, can we?
It's conditional use permit. City council sets the
CUP, we
conditions.
can't do that. You're right. Thank you for that. So we're doing this conditional use permit, which it'll be approved based on the conditions that you've provided. And in that case, I wouldn't have any problem being in favor of it. We give council also time to reconsider it. Because, I mean, in my heart, I think you're trying to do the right thing. Believe me, if I thought it was a puppy mill, I'd tell you to blow it up. I mean, we're somewhere in between. You're doing it, you know, and making $1, but, you know, at the same time, a lot of the right things are coming out of your mouth in regards to the testing, the contracts, and everything else that you go through, breeding. So that's just my opinion. If someone would be interested in making a motion to that effect. Council Member Richter.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I thank you for that analysis and recommendation, and I don't have any problem with that. I own dogs my whole life as well. I don't have any right now, but companion animals, I think, hold a special place in everybody's heart. And if this can be worked out to the benefit of all concerned, I'm very happy to see that happen. So with that, since there wasn't a second to my motion, I'll go ahead and make a motion that we table this until the January 21st meeting. With that, 2026?
Ms. Wood, is 60 days enough, or would you like to have 90? I don't know what your schedule is.
Can I please have 90 days?
Ma'am?
I said, can I please have 90 days? Would that be possible?
Yeah, we can do 90 days, yes, ma'am. Okay, I mean, would you amend that to 90 days, Councilman Rector?
Working on it. Yes, to the February 18th meeting.
That's right. You can come up and use the podium if you want. You know, I got a hearing aid. I still can't hear anything because it's hooked up to this.
I wanted to say thank you all for giving me 90 days. I love my dogs. They're everything to me and my children and my husband. And I really do appreciate the time to put more things in place and, you know, alleviate everybody's concerns. Thank you.
Right.
I do appreciate that.
And I'm available down the line, too, if you'd like to call me. I think your husband's got my number.
Thank you so much. We do. Thank you.
Very welcome. Okay, back to Councilman Rector.
Well,
Did you make that motion yet?
I did, absolutely.
Okay.
Turn that hearing aid up a little bit.
I can't. Most of the time I want to pop it out. I don't want to hear anybody. I'm sorry. So we got a motion to table this for 90 days. Do we have a Councilman Williams?
Yes, Mayor. I'd like to move that we.
You want to second that?
I want to second that we move it to 90 days, please.
All right.
So, Mayor, that is a motion to postpone until the February 18th meeting.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. That's correct.
February 18th.
February 18th, 2026.
Yes.
2026. Okay, Councilmember Johnson.
And Ms. Wood, I might interject as well. We are dog people, all of us up here, but the problem, this doesn't read real well. I mean, honestly, do your homework and try to talk to your neighbors. And you can fix this, I think, but just you need to talk to the people around you and talk to your husband, and you don't get overwhelmed looking after these dogs. It's a lot of work, but make it so you can make this a success story, because we want a success story.
Yes, sir.
So,
Thank
but
you.
that's just advice.
I
I'm
will.
sorry,
Thank
but
you so much.
I have a hard time denying dogs too. So, it's fine.
Vice Mayor Ward.
Question, she'll still be allowed to sell dogs or what?
Yes.
In 90 days, she still can sell dogs?
Yes, yeah, because that's what the permit's for, it's the commercial end of it. So it's just a matter of what we're talking about as far as numbers are concerned. But we can.
So who's gonna go and make, how are we gonna know what she's doing? You know, how are we gonna know that she's blind about this? I wanna know, I don't know how we gonna do this.
Well, it's,
Can I invite all of you to come out to my property?
No, that's not our job.
Okay.
well, it's,
I wanna know what you're doing tonight, you're allowing her 90 days.
to bring back a plan.
Okay, after them 90 days, who gonna go and find out she blind what we asked her to do?
Well, Mr. Manager,
So, under this scenario that you laid out, when a applicant has approved, you've taken action, provided an approval on a conditional use permit, our community development department, our planning department, and any other departments that are involved in it have a review of those conditions and allow that process in order to approve that they've followed the conditions that council has approved. So there's a follow-up process that staff will review with the applicant.
I'm gonna tell you why, because I'm just tired of it. It's 7-0 denial. And I have a problem when it's 7-0, and the planning commission already put 7-0. And I think that when somebody come here to 7-0, they gotta really convince us that the planning commission, we gotta look at another way. I understand that, but it's a 7-0. And some of the things they talking about, y'all guys know dogs. I love dogs too, but I don't know as much as y'all guys, but some of the stuff you're saying, I just wanna know, we give them 90 days, and the people came up and said, would you like your dog, would you like a kennel to be 75 feet away from you? That was a complaint. That was a suggestion. So what I'm saying is, how are we gonna make sure them people are satisfied? I mean, what we gonna do? Just say, okay, that's fine. I grant the 90 days, but how are we gonna make sure that them people right there are satisfied? They gotta live there.
I think the assumption, or what I've heard thus far, is that the encouragement is for the applicant to work with adjacent property owners to come up with a solution that all parties, or as many parties, can live with, and then present that to the city council and in the form of conditions, and then council can take action or not. If approved, then staff will ensure that those are put in place under that scenario.
and I think as far as the planning commission vote, if we're voting on the application as presented, I wouldn't vote for it either. But I don't think there was any options that were offered up for consideration, and in all fairness to Ms. Wood, she probably doesn't understand. No one really knows how the process works and what options you may or may not have available to amend your application to make it palatable to the citizens and also the members of council to pass it. So in this particular case, we're not ignoring what the planning commission's vote was, because I feel like if we were voting on the same thing that they voted on, there would be the same result. And I think that was quite evident. But what we're going to look at is what you bring forward 90 days from now, and that's what we'll be voting on. Not 20 dogs, 10 dogs, not the conditions like they are, but a guarantee that certain things will be addressed within the conditional use permit to address this if it's possible, to address the neighbors' concerns and also our concerns that we're doing the right thing. And at the same time, giving them the opportunity to do what they're dedicated to do and what they would like to do it's basically a compromise. And if it still doesn't look like it's going to work, then it doesn't work. But at least the opportunity will be provided to you and your husband to do that rather than shut it down, make all the dogs go away except for 5 that you can keep in your house, and that's the end of it. I don't think that what you've requested is that egregious that we would have to do that right now. That's my opinion. So, and as far as how they enforce it, it would be like every other CUP. We've approved a ton of CUPs. CUPs, they'll go by and check them periodically, or somebody can drop a dime on them and say, hey, they're supposed to have 10 dogs. I just counted 15 running around, and call. So that's normally lots of times if there's a violation in CUPs, it's because, it's a citizen or someone that notified us that certain things were going on, especially like the neighbors. Now, if the neighbors are there and this is approved with this happening to address the concerns that you have, and 6 months from now, that ain't happening, then all you do is make a phone call and say, hey, remember her conditional use permit said she's only supposed to have 10 dogs, there's 15 of them. This was supposed to be constructed within a particular period of time, it ain't happening. So it makes it pretty cut and dry because the conditions of the CUP are pretty cut and dry. And we've had it to where we just, if that's the case, we can just rescind the CUP and you're out of business that quick.
Right.
Thank you for explaining that.
Yes, sir, I'm just.
At least
letting
you said that. I mean, at least you give me like a definition
we're
of
not
what's gonna
voting-
happen.
we're not
You can
voting
go
on
and
the
squeal
planning
on it, you can go talk with
Yeah.
some guy, they complain again. Now, at least I know how we're gonna judge that.
Right. So anyhow, do we have a motion on the floor? I forgot. We do have a motion on the floor. Do we have any other discussion?
What is the motion?
The motion is to table this for 90 days until February 18th. Okay. As my friend Harold Falk would say, are all minds clear? Evidently so. With that being said, all council members prepare to vote. Please cast your vote. Madam Clerk, kindly record the vote.
The motion is approved by a vote of 8-0.
Okay, we'll now move to resolutions. We have a resolution approving the issuance by the Suffolk Redevelopment and Housing Authority of its revenue bonds for the acquisition, rehabilitation, and equipping of the approximately 50-unit Sussex Trace Apartments multifamily housing facility located in the county of Sussex, Virginia. Mr. Manager, please provide an overview.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council, the Suffolk Redevelopment and Housing Authority held a public hearing September 23rd, 2025, and adopted a resolution authorizing the issuance of revenue bonds up to $15 million for the rehabilitation of the Sussex Trace Apartments in Waverly, Virginia. The Suffolk City Council, as the governing body, must approve through resolution the Suffolk Redevelopment and Housing Authority's approval. This action has no financial impact or responsibility to the city or the redevelopment housing, and both bodies essentially are serving as conduits for the issuance of the revenue bonds for the project.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Manager. Resolution has been presented for City Council's consideration, and a motion would be in order. Councilmember Williams.
Move for approval.
Got a motion for approval from Councilmember Williams, Councilmember Bennett.
Second.
Second from Councilmember Bennett. Do we have any discussion of the motion? Hearing none. Council members, prepare to vote. Please cast your vote. Madam Clerk, please record the vote.
The motion is approved by a vote of 8-0.
We do have one staff report, an update on a significant land use item. Mr. Manager, please provide an overview.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council, Kevin Wine, the Director of Planning and Community Development, will provide a overview and update on the River Bend rezoning project. Kevin.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Manager, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council. I'll try to be brief with this one. Primary purpose is to inform you that this item did go before the Planning Commission at their last meeting, and they're bringing a recommendation before you all. After the Planning Commission's recommendation, we did get a request by the applicant prior to advertising of the public hearing to request a deferral. As such, we were able to accommodate that. But just a brief overview on this. This is the VDOT rezoning Rivers Bend. Property is zoned B2 currently, with a small portion of it zoned MUD under control of the Economic Development Authority. It's about 90 acres, and they're looking to rezone a significant portion of that for residential use. The property is located on North Main Street and is designated both commercial corridor and multi-family neighborhood in the comprehensive plan. In this case, the applicant is looking to rezone 72 acres of the site to RU18. Ultimately, this would allow for the construction of 497 residential units. Those include 329 townhomes. 168 of those would be age-restricted multifamily units. 17 acres would be preserved for B2. This would allow for some commercial and office use along North Main Street, as well as a waterfront marina, clubhouse, and a potential restaurant at the southeast corner along the Nansemond River. They have provided some proffers in support of the application to include some architectural elevations. I'll breeze through those real quick for you. Some road improvements is outlined in the traffic impact assessment, and execution of a road maintenance agreement with the Economic Development Authority as it relates to the 6.6 acres of common open space along North Main Street. This is the exhibit that shows you what zoning will be located where. That purple at the front or the bottom of your screen is that MUD piece under the ownership of the Economic Development Authority. The red-ish areas are your B2 zoning that would be retained. And then you have the orange area that would be your RU18 where the units would be. Here's the conceptual master plan that has been proffered in support of the application. The big portion of this application, or a key consideration rather, is that the applicant will be proffering the conveyance of a 2.3 acre site, an office building valued at approximately $6.2 million for the future use of the Suffolk Public Schools Administration Building. This would be in lieu of advancing capacity, which is typically what you all see, through a cash contribution for the impacted schools. Specifically, this would be related to impacts at Hill Point Elementary and Kings Fork High School, which would be offset under a normal cash contribution with $4.7 million. The value of the site in this case and the building exceeds this amount. The CIP does include that $22 million project for the construction of a new school admin building. Here are the architectural elevations that have been provided in a pattern book as proffered by the applicant to include the multifamily product and the townhome products. And like I said, the Planning Commission at their meeting of October 21st did vote 7-1 to approve a resolution recommending approval of the application with those voluntary proffers submitted by the applicant. And as stated shortly after that meeting, October 29th, the applicant requested to defer action in the public hearing before City Council to your December 17th meeting. So this will come before you all next month. That concludes my presentation on this item.
Thank you, Mr. Wine. Council, any questions or comments? Hearing none, I'd like, before, just, if I could, I'm going to keep you busy tonight. Ask you, not you, ask our city attorney, knowing I have a conflict of interest, can I ask any questions, or is that inappropriate?
No, you cannot.
Okay, they take care of that real quick. I'm moving right along. Anybody else have any? Thanks, William. I appreciate that, buddy. Anybody else have any questions or comments that can actually ask them? Okay. You have one? No, one minute. Discussion. There we go. Councilmember Butler Barlow.
So my only question, having seen this and having been to Planning Commission, there are no significant changes from what we've seen in the past. This is just sort of a review of, so nothing has changed. Okay, just making sure.
Okay, anyone else? Questions or comments? All righty, hearing none, we'll move to motions, and we have no motions this evening. We'll move to non-agenda speakers. Madam Clerk, do we have any non-agenda speakers? And if so, please explain the guidelines.
Yes, Mayor Duman, we do have non-agenda speakers this evening. Each person participating under the item of business entitled non-agenda speakers shall limit their remarks to the services, policies, and affairs of city government and shall be permitted 5 minutes for the purpose of presenting their matter. Speakers appearing before City Council will not be permitted to participate in the following activities: to campaign for public office, engage in personal attacks, promote private business ventures, or use profanity. Speakers who violate these rules will be declared out of order by the presiding officer and will immediately yield the floor and be seated. Our first speaker is Harold Smalls, 1105 Fern Lane, representing Self regarding sidewalk installation.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Harold Smalls. I live in the suburban Wood subdivision, 1105 Fern Lane, as mentioned. I'm a senior citizen, and I'm an avid walker, and I walk a lot. And I frequently walk along Suburban Drive from my neighborhood, Suburban Woods, to Portsmouth Boulevard, then back to the Seaboard Coastline Trail. And I walk the trail, come back, walk back to along Suburban Drive to my house. And also, there are several high school students that live in my neighborhood that works at Food Line, and they walk along Suburban Drive, okay, to get back and forth to work. So the reason I'm here today is to express my concern about the unsafe condition for me, other pedestrian, cyclists that walks and ride along Suburban Drive. If you ever been that way, drive that way, you'll understand why. There are no sidewalks. In some areas, there's no shoulder between the pavement and the ditch to walk along with. I have some photos here that I'll leave you guys to see. There are no sidewalks, I see. In some areas, especially when it rains, the condition is more, I see increasingly more dangerous because the ditches are full of water. They doesn't drain very well and cause the water to overflow on the shoulder. So when a car is coming, you have to step in the water, to try and not get hit. Okay? And the water remains for at least some time, in some cases, for a few days, in some cases, for a week. The traffic has always been busy along Suburban Drive, but due to the detour for the road work that's being done on National Parkway, okay, there are additional cars, tractor trailers, and commercial vehicles, I guess by at least 4 folds. And drivers are not courteous. They do not yield. They don't give you the right of way, anything like that. I've been flipped the birdies a couple of times and been yelled at, get out of the way. I mean, I'm a pedestrian, and you got a 5,000-pound vehicle and you tell me to get out of the way. At night, there are only 3 lights, street lights along Suburban Drive. The place is completely dark from Suburban Woods neighborhood to Portsmouth Boulevard. And there's one light that come on occasionally that goes to the medical facility there. That light comes on occasionally, but and mostly it's dark. Finally, every time I go to the doctor, the first thing he asks me, what kind of exercise you engage in? Are you still walking daily? And my answer to that is yes, I'm still walking daily. I'm an avid walker. I walk about 3 to 5 miles every day. And we know that one of the best, most effortlessly exercise we can engage in is walking. And you encourage seniors like me, who are in his 70s, okay, to walk. My request is for the city to develop a plan to commit money in the budget to install a sidewalk and street light along one side of Suburban Drive from Greystone Subdivision to Portsmouth Boulevard. This will enhance safety for pedestrians, cyclists, and walkers like me, again, along Suburban Drive, and it will encourage more people to walk. Also, it will provide a safe walking route for pedestrians, as I said, and I encourage you to drive along. You are Councilman Rector. You're my councilman. You're my councilman. I advise you to just drive along there occasionally, take a look at it, and you can see that. And I have in the photos here, and you'll be able to, look at it. I have one for you, a package for you, Mr. Mayor, and a package for you, Mr. Rector. So take a look at it and see what the conditions are, and see what steps can be made to improve the safety for pedestrians and cyclists that walk that highway. Now, during the night, sometimes, like I said, I know my time is up, but there's no street lights. So I see people walking down Suburban Drive there using their telephone flashlight so that they won't get hit, or so that they can see the way, because today I had to walk in the ditch, okay, to take some of these photos. So it's a real dangerous condition there, and I hope that you guys can find, in the budget and, for safety purposes to try and do something to improve that stretch of highway. It's about 3/4 of a mile, okay, but it's very dangerous. That's the most dangerous part of my walk. And I feel, like I said, the high school students and whatever that works at the food line and got to walk that road at night, it's critical. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And appreciate it. And yes, I did leave a package in here for you, Mr. Mayor, and for you, Mr. Rick. I voted for you, so okay.
Pamela Brandy, 5016 Pearl Street, Chesapeake, Virginia, representing the Chesapeake side of the Pughesville Civic League regarding concerns of Pughesville residents.
Hello, City Council, I'm back. I want to first say thank you, Councilman Wright, for your input on what I was saying. But I also like to add some facts to what has been said and what's going on in Pughesville. First of all, both cities know that Pughesville is a historical African-American community founded by free slaves. That's been known for years. Also, what is fact, in 1995, the courts said let the boundary lines stay the way that they are. But yet, both cities have let time pass by, and probably, hopefully, people that know that fact in history to maybe die off. But yet, there are still offsprings from those African-American people that founded Pughesville. They still yet alive. One of them is Carolyn White, and she speaks here quite often. And she is our community historian on what's been going on in Pughesville as well. However, another fact is when you all had your city council meeting and came with 3 maps to let Pughesville have one city council person, because they had 3, and the 3 never worked together. And we let us not let it pass by that 3 is the Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost. And I don't do nothing but what my father say do. And I am a loving, a believer, and a follower of Jesus Christ. You all, when you voted on the map, those maps was in error because you included Chesapeake resident in those maps for Nassau County. And still, the map that online, Pughesville still is including Chesapeake residents. Another fact to be known is that when you all did y'all redistricting, you affected Chesapeake resident, and the very next night Chesapeake had their city council meeting and they did a redistricting, and it affected our voting districts. So let it be known, the facts about the boundary lines were never the land or those 12 lots. It was our voting district that stopped us from voting in who we wanted to represent us, okay? And you all, both cities, chose to wait till after the election of November of this year to now to try to come and make known what is the boundary line when you all knew about this for a long time. And we talking about you all from 2011 to this present, but you didn't do anything about it to correct it. Fact, Pughesville Civic League have spoken many times about having, just like this gentleman just said, a sidewalk down Town Point Road on one side. We've been talking about drainage, gutters, and sidewalks that we do not have. And you also, fact, have a master drainage plan that both cities have been working together with. What happened to the boundary lines on the properties or on the master drainage plan? What happened to the completion of the master drainage plan? What happened to the money that both cities said that they been have exactly for Pughesville, just for Pughesville? And by the way, I have you, thank you, I have you all on video recording saying that you have this money for Pughesville and you're gonna put it in Pughesville. Also have it when you came to our Juneteenth day when you spoke there about the money, and when we went to Hopkins and Chuckatuck town hall meeting, and you all spoke there then about the money that you all have for Pughesville, but you haven't put it in Pughesville. What you do around Pughesville has no effect in Pughesville, just like when you did fact on the town hall meeting that you had about the boundary lines for Pughesville. You had it both cities outside of Pughesville, but yet you were talking about what's going on in Pughesville. Again, fact, when we ask questions and we waiting on the answers, you all don't provide it. Like I asked the question about the what's going on with what's on John and Clifton Street, okay? Y'all haven't provided maps or anything telling us what's going on there and stuff. And then you did John Street and you got new pavement on top of that, but you ain't did no pavement nowhere else in Pughesville. And you all have been stealing our land from us because you all been charging taxes on us that we are not even due us. Just like y'all charging taxes on me and other residents for the Dominion Power bill. And I asked for my money back and stuff. Y'all have not talked about, y'all talking about, oh, this has nothing to do with the boundary line. Let me tell you where it has to do with the boundary line, okay? First of all, you wanted to move us. But every time y'all went to do something to residents in Pughesville, you affected exactly one resident that always came and spoke, myself. You moved my property into Suffolk. You charged me utility taxes for the city of Suffolk when you were trying to ease me over into your city, which you did. And then you turn around and put me back. But yet you took my money and you charged me taxes that I am not a Suffolk resident. And I told you I didn't want to be a Suffolk resident, but you did it anyway. And then when you talk about you're not going to speak of my money because y'all say it's not part of it. It is part of it because y'all were trying to move us over. But had I not continued to come and spoke, y'all would have been able to do it. But my eyes is open and my mouth speak loudly, because it's not right what you're doing to the residents. And again, some of you folks been sitting on city council for a mighty long time, and y'all have not did anything for Pughesville. And Pughesville people coming out, and we keep speaking, and y'all say, oh, come out, you know, speak. when y'all gonna do something? And how many of you all here, since all of y'all works for almost everybody, that really comes out and see? And Councilman Leward, Vice Mayor Leward, you've been out right along with Chesapeake city officials, all come out and look. But yet fact is, downtown Point Road, in Pewsville, there's many roads that have been closed off that was open, that water could flow and streets were open.
I'm sorry, ma'am, that concludes your time.
And again, you keep
Plus some.
cutting us off too, but at the same time, fact is I still want my money, and the resident of Pewsville are not satisfied, and God watching y'all, and so are we.
Thank you, ma'am.
Our next speaker is Pam King, 1230 Kansas Street, representing the International Association of Firefighters, Local 2801, regarding employee policies.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, Councilman, Council members, and City Manager. My name is Pam King, and I stand before you tonight as the President of Suffolk Professional Firefighters, Local 2801, address 1230 Kansas Street, and as an advocate for the brave individuals who form part of the biggest backbone of our city's emergency response, our firefighters. I'm not here to discuss abstract numbers or budget lines. I'm here to speak about real people, our neighbors, our friends, and our family members who wear the uniform of Suffolk public safety officials. I am here to urge you to address the critical issue of firefighter and public safety compensation and put it back on your radar, and ensure they are paid correctly, fairly, and competitively for the invalued service they provide to our community. In 2022, when the pay and classification plan rolled out, sitting in these chambers felt more like a live auction. I heard 80, I heard 50, I heard 45, I heard 60. And it continued, almost laughable. And the final vote, 60, is how that plan would be implemented. Who implements a strategically designed compensation plan at anything less than 100%? What kind of management approves a plan crafted by professionals and then chooses not to fully implement it? But what it did, that decision, we now have employees with 25 years of service who are sitting in a pay plan box of a 14 to 16-year employee. That's what it's done. And I could go on with those numbers, but I'm going to give you a handout that I will be more than happy to put in this box so you can add it to your other report. Because of this, and because of the plan not being implemented at the 100%, and because Human Resources chooses to believe that the plan should go down and backwards, that's down and backwards, we have serious pay discrepancies. One of the things that was pointed out to us is from a councilman who said to me, an employee should be able to look at their pay plan and see their future pay steps. We cannot do that here tonight. Public safety is the foundation of a thriving community. This safety is delivered by the men and women who run towards danger when others are running away. We are taking experienced firefighters who leave in our workforce for neighboring jurisdictions. When an experienced public safety professional leaves, we lose far more than just that person. We lose thousands of hours of training, institutional knowledge, and relationships built within our community. The cost of this turnover is significant, financially through the constant cycle of recruitment and training, and operationally as we struggle to maintain staffing levels and service quality to our community. We must act decisively to reverse this trend. Our public safety employees are seeking fair and competitive compensation that reflects their sacrifice and cost of living in our region. They want a culture that supports them, opportunities for professional development, and genuine appreciation for the hazardous work they perform every day. They truly say talk is cheap. This is not just about salaries. It is about investing in the future of stability of our own entire community. Down and backwards is never an acceptable implementation of a pay plan. In a meeting with a former city manager, an HR representative stated, "That's what all cities do." Well, you should know that we were going to FOIA and we were going to meet with representation from those 7 cities, and that's not what they do. As a matter of fact, one said, "I don't even want to talk to y'all about this because that's not what we're presenting in our city." I feel certain that you already recognize this because if a pay comparison with surrounding cities had been completed and presented, we would have heard those findings in an open forum. Inadequate pay directly affects both recruitment and retention. We lose experienced personnel to other departments because other jurisdictions offer more competitive salaries and benefits. We invest significant time and resources into training firefighters only to watch them leave and serve elsewhere, sometimes across our city line. The turnover strains the department and ultimately impacts the level of service we are able to provide to our citizens. With all 7 cities now participating in the Virginia retirement system, all of us, loyalty cannot retain our workforce. Families must be supported, bills must be paid, and firefighters, like any other workers, will follow the compensation necessary to sustain their households. Suffolk trains exceptional firefighters, and we are well trained so much that we get constant calls for our talent to come to their cities. Matter of fact, I said in a recent awards ceremony that wasn't with our department, but the police department, where all jurisdictions were present, and he said, "This isn't about you coming here tonight and taking our employees from us," because it's happening. Before I close, I want to highlight something that I just had occur to me this week. I received a document, and then it makes another easy move for somebody to leave our jurisdiction. It's called the Retiree Open Enrollment Benefit Election Form. Using myself as an example, in order to retire and maintain health insurance coverage for my family, this is what I would pay: $2,029.40 a month. The city's contribution, $313.87, bringing our total monthly cost to $2,343.27. Who can realistically afford that coverage? Especially when a firefighter with 25 years of service is placed on the same pay scale as somebody who's only served 14 years. This is the reality facing our public safety employees, which is unintendable. Employees across the city, not just in public safety, have asked me the same question repeatedly over the last few weeks, and they deserve answers. At a previous council meeting, it was stated that a comparative compensation report would be brought forward in 30 days. Where is that report? I know the answer, and they know the answer. If the report showed anything other than Suffolk falling behind every neighboring jurisdiction, it would have been presented by now. This is not a compensation issue alone. It's a transparency issue as well. I do want to say this. I do not represent the police department, and I do not represent city employees, but 39 years of service, daggone it, I have a lot of friends out there. And they are the heartbeat of city operations. I encourage every council member to please review the data and speak directly with employees if you'll take the time. I respectfully ask for your support in correcting and fully implementing the pay and classification plan and in prioritizing the retention of our public safety professionals. They show up for the community every single day. It's time we show up for them. Some of them have left because they had duty tonight, and I have those still with us tonight that would like to say, we're here and want you to acknowledge us. Thank you. You guys please stand. We're not going away.
Our final speaker this evening is Michael Alexander, 1800 White Marsh Road, representing Self regarding Stratford Solar Farm.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. It's been a while. Just wanted to give you a current update. Normally I come up here and talk about the same thing. I'll give you the Cliff Notes. Current issues still, noise is still there. Barriers that were put up are ineffective. Visual barriers are still dead and dying trees. But that's not the reason I'm here to talk to you tonight. Just brought to my attention today, and I think it's about 2 weeks old. The Charlotte Observer put out an article, North Carolina solar plant closing and cutting 220 jobs. This plant is basically said, North Carolina is closing Asheville plant, which is Pine Gate Renewables, which is the current operator of the Stratford field. With this, they also go on to say in the article, there's a notice to follow that the Thursday filing, which is 2 weeks old, for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection, and their plan is to sell assets and operations. With this, and I think right now this is geared toward the North Carolina assets, but eventually, I would assume a bankruptcy is a bankruptcy, and this is going to affect our field here as well. Now, with that being said, new operators will probably arrive, and it'll be sold off. My concern and my ask, or even beg of you, is if this solar field changes operations or operators, that we would take the current COP or CUP and throw it out the window and make this new operator basically go through the process of a new CUP. I would ask that no emergency injunctions are afforded to them, no temporary operating procedures would be afforded to them. If it's going to change operations, let's let it change operations and let the new operators provide us proof that they're going to do it right this time. In closing, I'll just say, you haven't seen me here in a while. The reason is why, there's been a lot of prayers lifted up in this matter, a lot of thinking on my part, and I just received be still. So I'm being still because I know that he operates through other people, and sometimes those people can be a little stubborn. So he needs some time. If this bankruptcy does affect the operations of Stratford Field, I will consider it both a blessing and an answered prayer. So I just want to bring the information to the council so that you'll be aware of it and it's on your audit. If it comes in front of the planning commissions or any other direction for the operations of this field to continue under a different operator, I would hope that you would look at that and reevaluate how that whole field is being operated. That's all I have for you. Thank you, and God bless.
That concludes the speakers, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, do we have any additions to tonight's agenda?
We have one addition to this evening's agenda, a motion to nominate and appoint Marcia Reed to the Historic Landmarks Commission.
Council, what's your pleasure?
So moved.
Vice Mayor Ward, move for approval. Do we have a second? Councilmember Wright.
Second.
Got a second by Councilmember Wright. Is there any discussion of the motion? Hearing none, council members prepare to vote. Please vote. Madam Clerk, please record the vote.
Motion is approved by a vote of 8-0.
Do we have any other new business that needs to be considered and require action by City Council? Hearing none, we'll move to announcements and comments. At this time, we'll ask the Communications Department, has any announcements? I'm sorry. My thing ain't coming up.
Mayor and council, I want to bring to our attention, we've been in the process now for about 4 months or better with applicants for the position of city manager. And I was online, and we does not have a closing date on the applicant an applicant applying. In the past, we have always had a closing date when the closing would take place. Also, we were told that we were going to get the applicants to start reviewing. At this point, I have not I'm not going to speak for other council members. I don't know what they have received. But have not received any information or anything about the concerns that I'm bringing forth here tonight. I would like to make a motion that we would direct HR to put this expiration date on filing for the position of city manager and a date where council will get the applicants for review.
I ask a question to the city attorney. Is this considered a personnel issue that we need to discuss in closed session?
No, this is a process issue. It's
So it's
not,
a
you're not talking
process.
about particular candidates, you're talking about the process of
So
hiring candidates.
how about in regards to the applications?
But again, this is, as I understand the motion, it's to set a closing date for your applications, which we probably need a date in the motion, and a date for city council to receive the applications. This is not speaking about any particular candidate, so it would not be a matter for closed session.
Councilmember Wright?
Second.
Can we get a motion for approval in a second? I think the thought process by not having a closing date is that the consensus of council, when I talked to everybody on this dais, is that Mr. Hughes was going to be giving consideration. I'm not saying it's done deal, just giving it consideration. And rather than having a specific date to close it, it would be more relevant to leave it open so we continue to get applications. But my thought process was not to consider, my thought process is to see how Mr. Hughes performs at least through the budget process so we can make an intelligent decision. And I don't think anybody's ready to make that decision today or tomorrow or next month, so why not leave it open and get as many good applications as we can? And then we'll get another consensus from council as to whether we want to appoint Mr. Hughes or we want to look at all the applications first. You know, when we get to the point where we feel comfortable, the majority of council feels comfortable. So that was the reason for leaving it open. The only thing you're going to do by closing it is, if we're not prepared to make a decision in the very near future, then why close it? You know, we're going to limit the number of applications that we get. Does that make any sense?
The number of applicants that have already applied, they've been there for 3 months.
Well, go ahead.
Excuse me.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So when we made a discussion about it, Mr. Hughes was not eliminated at all. Didn't stop him from applying or being wanted to be selected. But you had a process of going through an applicant process where people can apply. Then you have a chance to choose whoever, Mr. Hughes or whoever you want as city manager, and not selecting without the process.
I mean, I don't have any problem closing it. I mean, if that's what the council wants to do, if you want to close applications and we want to review them and try to make a decision or see who else you want to interview, then that would be, I don't have a huge problem with it. You know, but my way of thinking was the majority, based on the conversations I had with everybody,
December 1st.
that, you know,
January.
that's what we were going to do. But I'm okay with
All
it
right.
either way. If you want to close it, make
All
a
right,
motion to close
I
it.
would say then, with Brian, me just bringing it up, I would set a date for January the 1st, it's closing date.
Oh, yes, we get some more discussion. Okay, Vice Mayor Ward?
Yeah, exactly what you said, that's what I thought we heard that with Mr. Hughes, and then if we decided, should we even give a date that we can decide if we wanted to keep him? So what we said that we're gonna give give him time to see how he do as the interim city manager. So we never did talk about what you just brought up. That's what we said in the beginning, exactly what the mayor said. I mean, because where I feel is, you know, we gave an open door to some of the things that someone came up about putting, how you put it, put an application. Far as I'm concerned, we could have just voted then that night if we want him to be the city manager. So what you're saying to me, we didn't discuss that at first. We talked about exactly what the mayor said. We're gonna go through this and see, do we need to go ahead and search, and we said no, do it in-house or whatever you want to do. We had to go spend $50,000 with our money, so that's what we decided to do. And I mean, I forget a lot of things, but that's what we decided to do.
That was not the conversation that I was in,
Where your conversation was in? We talked about that on the we said that on the diocese.
All right, you finish.
The mayor said,
we didn't vote on anything.
We didn't vote on it.
I explained the process
That's
that
right.
we were going through because certain individuals were questioning the search process and what we're going to do. And I'll go back and review what was said on the dais. And on the dais, it was said, we are going to continue to accept applications until such time as everyone, a consensus on council as to whether we were seriously going to consider giving Mr. Hughes a job or offering him the job before we look at the applications. But we would have all the applications available to everybody.
and
So
we
I
didn't
have-
give no time on it.
We didn't put a time on it. But we can, I mean, I got no problem providing every single application that we've looked at. Now, if you want HR to eliminate the ones that don't qualify, we can do that and provide them to everyone. Or we can provide you with every single one of them, every single application, to see if there's anything there as far as what you would like to consider. But from my personal perspective, I'm looking to see how Mr. Hughes does business through the budget process. That's the biggest test for the city manager, in my opinion, is the development of the CIP, the implementation of the budget, considering the personnel issues and everything else. Then we can look at the other applications and figure out what we're going to do.
Let me say this,
if you
is
wanna
swear
close it,
in that this is not about Mr. Hughes and nothing negative about him. I'm talking about a process. That's all I'm talking about,
Well,
is a process.
I got no problem closing it. I'm good with it. Close it if you want to. But it was discussed. But if you want to close it now,
It
we'll
wasn't
close it now.
discussed when we was gonna close it, that's the reason why
We
I'm
weren't.
saying
So
we
if you
should
want to
have
close it now,
discussed.
close it. I'm good with
We
it.
should discuss when it's gonna be closed.
When do you
When
want
it can be open for the
When
next
do you
year.
want? No, it won't be open for next year.
Well, I think we should have discussed that at the beginning. We should have made some time. If you want to get particular, we should have discussed that then or right away.
If he wants to close it now, I got no problem with it. I don't know what everybody else thinks. Councilmember Johnson? Yes, sir.
My question, how has the process gone? Has he had a lot of interest?
Well, maybe it's something we need to find out. I'm okay with it. Let's do that.
Support me here. It's something we should talk about in the back room.
Thank you.
Sorry, this is a personnel issue.
It's
With all the TV
talking
money,
about the
that's why people wanna
process.
get some.
So this actually has been litigated. Talking about the process of replacing a council appointee is not something that may be discussed in closed session.
Cannot.
No, you can talk about the individual candidates.
Well, that was my point, though, as far as talking about people that have asked for the job.
No,
It seems to me that needs to be
Well,
behind
so
closed
that
doors.
discussion would be done in closed session, but talking about when or how you're going to collect up applications and distribute them amongst council, that's a process question. It's not done in closed session.
So the process as to whether we close it and then we want to review every application that came through, then we'd be reviewing the applications in there. And if that's what everybody wants to do at this point, I'm okay with it. I mean, I'm just saying that. I'm good with it. Councilmember Wright?
Yes, I think I guess I am more concerned with the fact that the last time we received an update was August. I want to make sure this is a team sport and not just one person is receiving information. If there has been some type of review of some of the applications that come into play, again, this is a team sport. We as a team should do that together and not be handed information piecemeal. So I am just requesting that we did agree that we would go through this process with Kevin. I did not know that there was an open date. That is not something that I recall being a part of the conversation, that the job announcement would not have a closing date. It is my hope that we can continue as a board and as a body to receive some type of update so that we don't have to be on the dais asking what the status is, because we should be collectively making this decision, because it is a responsibility of the entire body and not one person. Those are my comments there.
Okay, I appreciate your comments. No one has mentioned anything to me about changing what we talked about. No one has seen anything. This is a team sport. If you're inferring that I know something that you don't know, that ain't true. I have not looked at the first application. I couldn't tell you if we had 3 down there, we had 3,000. I can't tell you how many qualified, how many didn't qualify. I have not set my eyes on one single application. I have not called HR. I haven't asked them anything. So when we talk about having a team sport, then we have a communication issue. If there's an issue that you're having, then my phone stays on most of the time and I return phone calls. So if this is something you wanted to bring up, a discussion about it beforehand would seriously help. And then we can talk about it the same way we talked about it when I spoke to every single member on this dais about the process that we were going to go through. If we want to change the process, then we should have had that same discussion, in my feeble opinion, so everybody would be on the same page, or at least know what's coming, and we can call it a team sport. So I have no problem doing what Council Member Bennett wants to do. If he wants to set a close date and we want to do that, and we want to review all the applications at the next meeting, I'm good with it. I'm absolutely good with it. Councilmember Wright.
Are we done with this topic? Or have we decided? We haven't closed out? Okay, well, I have nothing for the.
I can't.
Well, we got I think.
I can't hear you. Can you talk a little louder, please? Thank you.
This topic, or are we moving to the next topic?
No, I think.
So there's a motion, and I
Yeah.
seconded the motion.
Right, we got a motion on the
Okay.
floor and a second.
Okay.
To close the application process on January 1st. That'll be the process. And then once it's closed, then we will meet in closed session and review applications. And from there, we can decide how we want to proceed. Does that sound acceptable? Is that the motion?
Let me
Okay.
ask this question. Since we
Uh-oh.
do all that, can we decide what we want to do right then and there? And we want to vote on if we want to keep them as an intern, or what? Can we do that the same day?
Well, I think it's feasible. You can do anything with a motion.
Yeah, well, no, we don't do whatever we don't do whatever
No,
we
what
do.
I'm saying is, you have the ability, I mean, we'll get it figured out. But yeah, that's something we can talk about in closed session. So right now, we're talking about a process motion to close the application process, and if you want to hustle it up and make a decision, I'm okay with it. We close it up. Applications closed on December 1st. January 1st, you'll have to inform HR, Mr. Manager, so she can change that on the posting. Once they're closed, then we can request, you tell me what you want, if you want to see every single one, or you want the ones that do not qualify to be eliminated from them, and we can get them to every member maybe beforehand. You can pick out the 5 or 10, or, rate whoever you want, and then we can sit back in closed session and talk about it and see how we want to proceed from there. If we want to get people an interview, if we want to give Mr. Hughes a job, whatever you want to do, we can talk about it. Is that a fair analysis of what we're trying to accomplish? Okay, perfect. Okay, get a motion on the floor, get a motion for approval. Any further discussion? If not.
Excuse me, I want to ask, what is the motion?
The motion is to have the application date for the city manager position to be closed as of January 1st. So we'll be accepting no more applications. Get all the applications we've got, plus through January 1st. We're going to close the application process. Once we close the application process, soon after that, January and February, we'll get the applications. We'll talk about getting the applications for everybody to review, and then we'll meet in closed session to talk about the application, see when anything jumps out at you, and then we can decide how to proceed from there. Sound right? Maybe? You okay? All right, we got a motion on the floor in a second. Hearing no other discussion, council members prepare to vote. Please cast your vote. Madam Clerk, please record the vote.
The motion is approved by a vote of 8-0.
Okay, we'll now move on to communications. No? We got some more? Wait a minute. I got to do something with this screen because it's not, I'm not ignoring anybody, it's just not coming up. I got to go back to the screen every time.
Thank
Go
you,
ahead,
Mayor.
Councilmember Wright.
Yes. So on October 1st, I put forth a motion that we take a look at the compensation plan for our city employees. It was met with a lot of pushback, and the resolution, though, we voted that we would get a report the beginning of the month. Now, provided we did not make such a big, turn it into a whole field exercise for the motion, we probably could have just provided a report. But because we turned it into a whole field exercise and made such a production for God and country, I think that it was very disingenuous and a lack of transparency to not provide a staff report. We provide a staff report about parks. We provide a staff report about events. We provide a staff report just about anything. And I think that we should be transparent and provide a staff report and put on our agenda an opportunity to talk about the most important asset of this city, which are our employees. It is my hope, and I'm putting forth a motion, that we put on our upcoming meeting, on the next meeting, a staff report on the findings, and that we have an opportunity to have a discussion as a council about how we best mitigate any circumstances with that report so that we can make sure we take care of our city employees. That is my motion.
Councilman Bennett.
Second.
Okay, we any discussion of the motion? I just have one question, or Mr. Manager, are you going to be in a position to have this, a staff report that would provide the information I think that we're looking for at the next meeting? Not exactly.
Well, we have done some work. We've provided a written report, and so we would provide a presentation that would have some of that information in it.
Okay.
If that's what the request is, we'll be prepared.
Councilmember Johnson.
Mr. Manager, you think in that report you could actually tell us what we could do to rectify some of the problems, or is it something that we need to, how do we correct some of the problems that we might have? As far as it's got to come from your office, and you know what money we have and how we're going to move forward and whatnot.
Yeah, we can address it.
It seems like we did this already, just recently, but there are some issues that we probably need to deal with, but you can tell us how to do that and what to do, maybe?
We can provide recommendations, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we got a motion on the floor and a second. I'm sorry, Councilmember Williams.
Yes, City Manager. So I just want some clarity. So what we're doing, we're coming back with your analysis as to the fairness of our pay scale as it relates to other localities. Is that what we're doing? And with the recommendation as to what you feel or staff feel that we should do in order to compensate our employees? Is that what we're doing with the recommendation that, exactly what are we doing?
I think what you just stated is what I heard to present. And so, again, we've got some general observations. We've tracked and keep up with some of our neighboring localities. There's been some movement, especially as it relates to step plans, since the city really was at the forefront of the entire general population of employment participating in a step plan. Other localities have taken action. To the east, especially some of our larger localities that now have some casino funding. And so there has been some shifting and maneuvering since we first did our compensation and step plan. And so we will provide as much information that we have and some next steps and some thoughts and some recommendations, especially coming into the budget.
Okay. To Mr. Johnson's point, whatever information we're provided, if it seems like there are some specific issues that we can address specifically versus another in-depth classification and compensation study, because we're talking about, our entire workforce. So we'll have to look at it then to see to what extent we're going to have to devote resources to ensure that we are coming up with the results that, are going to be fair and equitable for everyone, I think.
Yeah, and maybe just to put a point on it is that it's a large organization, a lot of different diverse positions, and there's not a quick fix. If there are some compression issues or some challenges that have been created, or as it relates to competitive nature within the region. And so, if you're waiting for me to say, all you got to do is this, that's not going to be the conclusion.
And I mean, that could be the case for something that jumps out at us, where we can make some changes on the fly, if you will, if you in fact have identified some significant issues that need to be addressed in this short time, because we know a comprehensive study is not a short project. It's a 5 or 6 month project probably by the time you delve into it. But if that's what we need to do, then that's what we will do. But we need to plan for it, and if we're going to spend time and effort to do it, just like we did the last time, we need to try to make sure, we need to make sure that we do it right. So hopefully it works for more than 24 months, 30 months, which seems to be the norm for whatever reason. That's what it is. So anyhow, okay, we got a motion on the floor. Any further discussion? If not, council members prepared to vote.
I just want to clarify, the date for that is December the 3rd? I don't know if I heard a date.
Yeah.
Next council meeting is what I thought I heard. I just want to make sure I got it right.
Yeah. You do it in a work session, maybe. Well, we could probably devote most of a work session to it. Do me a favor, wait a minute. All right, I got you now.
Okay. I was saying, we've already received the report. I'm asking for us to brief the report. Let's begin the conversation on what does it look like and what is our path forward.
Okay, we got a motion on the floor in a second. Any more discussion? If not, council members prepare to vote. Please cast your vote. Madam Clerk, please record the vote.
Motion is approved by a vote of 8-0.
Okay, we'll now move on to announcements and comments. At this time, I'll ask if the communications, what do I do now? Did I leave you out?
Mayor.
Councilmember Williams.
Yes. I have a question as it relates to the application for the city manager's position. We all have agreed that on January 1st, that we'll close, that will be the closing, and we start receiving the applications for review for the city manager's position. Now, the question that I have is, once we get that information, can we go ahead, do we need to talk about this in closed session? Go ahead and set a date and time so we can just put this to rest, hopefully by the end of January, and go ahead and make our choice as to who we want to be our city manager.
Well,
and that's,
we can definitely, we'll talk about it in closed session, realistically, you know,
'Cause we-
it's not going to happen in 30 days, you know.
Well, we
If,
need to-
you
we
know,
need to put
but
Mr.
once we look at the applications, I mean, whatever the desire of council is, whatever the will of council is what it'll be. I mean, to the extent that anything from, okay, Mr. Hughes, you got the job, to I've got 15 that I think we need to bring in and interview and go through a process. Or we don't have anybody, we want to hire an outside consultant. I mean, there's lots of options out there. We just need to talk about them at the time. But it can be from one day to however much we want to put into it as time goes on. But that's a decision I think can better be made once we close it and once we look at the applications that are there. And if there are applications that that the majority thinks need to seriously be considered, and then normally the process has been, we start with a bunch of applications, we weed them out, we try to get down to, the last several times that we've done it, we get down to no more than 3, if that's the case, and then we interview those 3, of which one of them, you know, can be Mr. Hughes, assuming that he still wants the job. You know, he's part of the application process.
Yeah.
You know, so we go through the application process, and if it's Mr. Hughes and 2 more, 3 more, 4 more, I wouldn't recommend any more than 5, having been through the process before. And then you can bring them in, then you can interview them, and then you can rate them, and then you can just make a final decision as to, you know, who you want to hire for the job.
So I get that. So we can't say, we can't put a date on it like February the 18th?
I don't think you can really do
That's
that.
more than 30 days.
Well, I don't think we can really do that no more than we were worried about how long that we left the application date open. We left the application date open to see what other options, see what applications, we didn't want to stop applications from coming in until we were ready to make a decision. Well, it seems like somebody wants to make a decision. So we'll close the application, but it would be the same way in this case. Not having even looked at the applications, then we just got to get a feel for what you want to do, but you can't limit it to.
If that's the case, Mayor, this could linger on for another 6 months.
It could. Could lean on for 6
And
more
that's-
years, and
yeah.
nobody wants to make a
Yeah,
decision.
That's what we just finished talking
But
about.
what I'm saying is, if you're ready to make a decision, once you look at them, if 5 people are good with it, then that's what the decision is going to be. It's done. It's
30
over.
days.
So, you know, you can't really put a time limit on it. You said it could be six weeks, it could be 6 months, you know, if there's no consensus as to what we want to do. Or Mr. Hughes isn't doing the job, nobody in that packet seems like they're worth messing with, we just keep on rolling on and roll on until we figure it out. But we gotta, you know, it's like crossing bridges. Let's cross the first bridge first. Cut off the applications, see what we get to work with, see what the pool looks like in applications, and then we'll talk about how we want to proceed.
Well, okay.
Thank you.
I'm confused too, Mr. Williams.
Yeah, you know, I guess my issue is, okay, we're gonna get the applications.
That's right.
Okay, we're gonna do our due diligence, and we're gonna do what we have to do. I'm there. But it's not fair for this man to sit back and wait.
No, it's not. And that's
It's
why
not
we
fair.
decided that we was gonna wait
We
until.
need to make a decision. 30 days. 30 days after we receive, we need to make a decision.
Right, we don't have to. We can sit right here at the next council, and if somebody make a motion, we counsel. That's all
That's right.
y'all just said. Y'all say we counsel. We can do what we want to do.
We can do what they did in Portsmouth.
But we don't got
They hired-
procedure.
They hired a trash
We-
collector.
right, we make procedures,
To
and
be the
everybody
city
wanna
manager.
make
We
their
don't
own.
say
He's
anything to
far from
anybody.
being a trash collector.
But I
know
can tell you
Yeah.
about this guy. He's been there before. He's been through the process. He understands, you know, what we have to deal with. He's got the best interest of this city at heart.
Oh, without a doubt.
So,
That's not the
you know,
issue. The issue
that's-
is making them wait. That's the
Okay,
issue.
well, like I said,
Make a
that's,
decision.
that's something we'll talk about when we get back there. Okay? Councilman Rector?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have a problem with anything that's been done tonight. If we want to put a closing date on the process, we want to look at the applications. I do have a little bit of disagreement with Council Williams. I don't want to sit here tonight and put a sunset clause on the process because we don't know what the applications are going to look like. We don't, I mean, we can't foresee what's going to happen after January 1st. So to sit here and say that we absolutely need to make a decision by February 1st, I think is you know,
Actually, I said February 18th.
February, either way, I think to put a sunset on it that early after closing out the applications is perhaps not the best choice. And that's all I'll say.
And I disagree.
Okay.
We have a right to disagree. But my point is, we got people that have applied for the position. Okay, let's get the applications. Let's do it. Let's go through the process. But at the same token, it's not fair to have the people that's interim to be interim for 6 months or 7 months or a year. That's wrong. And it's not fair.
All right.
One of the cases is what we say seems like we go back on what we say. We already had mentioned what we was going to do. We mentioned that what we was going to do, and then we go back and bring that up.
You're killing me.
We should always said like I said we out here right now. We could have discussed this in the back, and we could have talked about this.
Well, we haven't had that opportunity. Right now, we've already made a motion, passed a motion
Yeah, but
to
you told me-
close the
look how it
application
comes up.
process. We'll get the applications and we'll work it out.
That's right.
It's all
Work
going to
together.
happen. So unless there's, I think we can go ahead and move on at this point. Okay, now do we have any announcements? Anybody else have any surprises for us tonight?
Right.
If not, then we'll move on to announcements and comments.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council, City Manager. We'll start tonight's announcements with a reminder that Wednesday, November 26th, Suffolk City offices will close at noon in observance of the Thanksgiving holiday and will reopen Monday, December 1st. Trash and recycling collection will operate on a one-day delay, and Suffolk Transit will not operate on Thanksgiving Day. On Wednesday, November 12th, Suffolk Public Schools broke ground on an existing expansion for Northern Shores Elementary School, a project designed to bring all students together under one roof by 2027. This expansion will add 16 new classrooms, an enlarged cafeteria, a new playground, and more parking, replacing the mobile classrooms that have been used to accommodate the school's growing enrollment. This new wing is a meaningful investment in safer, more inclusive, and inspiring learning spaces, reflecting the city and school system's commitment to better facilities for students, families, and staff. On Thursday, November 6th, Suffolk Economic Development proudly hosted the Civic Leadership Institute for its first ever municipal program day. Leaders were welcomed by Mayor Duman and received a strategic overview from interim city manager Kevin Hughes, followed by an update from Economic Development Director Janet Days. Participants then toured the Suffolk Cultural Arts Center and several local industries, including Assessure, Lipton, and Amatis, gaining firsthand insight into the businesses driving Suffolk's growing economy. This milestone event highlighted Suffolk's leadership, vision, and commitment to sustain economic growth. The Suffolk Economic Development Department, Suffolk Tourism, and the Downtown Manager's Office are launching the 2025 Shop Small Suffolk campaign for Small Business Saturday on November 29th. This annual event promotes supporting local businesses year-round. Residents and visitors can pick up a punch card at participating stores, City Hall, or the Visitor Center starting November 29th. Shop at local businesses through December 23rd to earn punches, then submit completed cards at the Visitor Center for a prize drawing. Participation is free and open to all Suffolk small businesses. For more details or to join, visit shopsmallsuffolkva.com. The Suffolk Department of Public Works has released its quarterly report for July through September 2025. It includes a welcome message from new Director Greg Benton, updates on capital improvement projects, roadway maintenance, changes to refuse special pickups, traffic engineering initiatives, and the Stormwater MS4 annual report. The report is available online at suffolkva.us with hard copies at the Suffolk Public Works Department here at City Hall and all Suffolk public libraries. Suffolk Fire and Rescue celebrated its annual awards and recognition ceremony on November 13th at the Hilton Garden Inn. The event honored firefighters and staff whose dedication and professionalism safeguard our community. This year, 15 members earned promotions, 9 retirees were recognized, and 8 new hires were welcomed to the department. Several personnel were also commended for life-saving actions throughout the year. A highlight of the evening was Battalion Chief Steve Hinkle receiving Firefighter of the Year for his exceptional leadership. Congratulations to all honorees and sincere thanks to Suffolk Fire and Rescue for their unwavering commitment to public safety. On Saturday, November 1st, the Suffolk Police Department traded their police boots for basketball sneakers to take on the skilled teams from the Suffolk Parks and Recreation. The final score was 54-39 in favor of the teens, who showed off incredible teamwork and hustle. The officers also gave their all, bringing their best to the court. Congratulations to the Parks and Recreation team for the win, and thanks to everyone who came out to support both teams. We look forward to a rematch next year. The City of Suffolk Parks and Recreation Department proudly earned top honors at the 72nd Annual Virginia Recreation and Park Society Conference in Roanoke. The department received 4 major awards recognizing creativity, innovation, and community commitment, receiving Best New Facility for the Downtown Festival Park, Best New Program for Century Canoeing, Best New Special Event for 50 Fest, and Most Creative Marketing Strategy for Park Madness. These awards highlight Suffolk Parks and Recreation's dedication to providing outstanding programs, events, and facilities for residents. Congratulations. And building on its award-winning success, Suffolk Parks and Recreation is launching a new public engagement initiative as part of the update to its master plan. The city has partnered with nationally recognized consulting firm Barry Dunn to guide the process and develop recommendations tailored to Suffolk's needs. Residents can share their input through an interactive online platform offering a mapping tool for location-based feedback, an ideas wall for comments, and a budget tool to prioritize investments. The platform will be open through January 2026. In addition, the city will host pop-up events, focus groups, community partner meetings, and conduct a statistically valid survey sent to randomly selected households. For more information, you can contact Suffolk Parks and Recreation at 514-7250. And Suffolk Parks and Recreation is also gearing up for the holiday season with 2 exciting events. On Friday, November 21st from 6 to 8 p.m., enjoy the Suffolk Grand Illumination at Downtown Festival Park, featuring the official tree lighting, horse-drawn carriage rides, and a visit from Santa. Then experience the 6th Annual Festival of Lights at Sleepy Hole Park, presented by Glow Fiber, with dazzling light displays open from 5 to 9 p.m. on select nights through late November and December. Please note that Sleepy Hole Park will be closed on the morning of Thursday, November 20th for light installation and will reopen later that afternoon. For full details, visit suffolkparksandrec.com. And finally, the City of Suffolk Public Safety Committee would like to remind all residents about the Public Safety Portal. This online platform lets citizens share suggestions to improve community safety, with anonymous submissions welcomed. Please note the portal is not for reporting crimes. Always call 911 in an emergency. For more information about the Public Safety Committee and the portal, visit www.suffolkva.us. And finally, on your screen are the various ways residents can stay connected to the city and its happenings. Thank you and have a great night.
Thank you, Mr. Frank. We'll now move on to announcements from council members. Councilmember Wright.
I'm going to be very brief. I wanted to thank all of the speakers who came out tonight to advocate for your causes. The employee spotlight that I have for this period is going to be Mr. Benton with the Public Works Department. Thank you for answering the call and taking care of some of the curb appeal and improvements that this constituents of Sleepy Hole Borough had concerns about. And with that, I'll say happy Thanksgiving, and I wish everyone a great night.
Councilmember Rector.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be equally brief. I did attend the Fire Awards and Promotion Ceremony. Congratulations to all the firefighters who got promoted. Congratulations to all the firefighters that had their retirements acknowledged. And Chief, looking forward to your pinning ceremony tomorrow, and give us an opportunity in a very short period of time to find out who serves the better food, the fire department or the police department. But I'm going to withhold my judgment until after tomorrow. And want to wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving, and just remind you that if you choose to fry your turkey, please be very careful. The Suffolk Fire and Rescue Department has plenty to do, and they don't need to come and respond to your accidental setting your house or deck or something on fire with your oil from your hot turkey. And with that, I will say good night.
Councilmember Williams. Yep, got you now.
All right, thank you, Mayor. First, I would like to thank all the speakers that came out tonight. Ms. King and the Firefighters Union, we hear you. You're coming through loud and clear. We got you. Also, like to thank Gary Jones, Deputy City Manager, Mr. Greg Benton, the Director of Public Works, and his staff for coming out to South Suffolk Pleasant Hill Civic League on Monday, November the 10th. You guys did an excellent job, and I just want to thank you again. My word for the month of November is celebration. The action of making one's pleasure at an important event or occasion by engaging in enjoyable, typically social activity. And with that, I'd like to say good night.
All righty, Councilmember Butler Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor. I also want to say thank you to everybody that came out tonight. It's so important for our citizens to be actively involved, and we want to hear what you have to say because it's your city. We're just here to try to help it be as good as you want it to be. So thanks for all the speakers and all the thoughts and comments and the discussion. We appreciate hearing from everybody. And I just want to say happy Thanksgiving, safe travels if you're traveling, and everybody have a great time. Don't eat too much.
Councilmember Bennett.
Thank you, sir. I would also like to thank all the speakers tonight and from Suburban Wood. I don't live over there, and I'm not your councilman, but I know exactly what you're talking about. I go through that quite a bit too, so it is a narrow road through there, and I agree with you, 100%, 200% is needed. And to Pam and the firefighters, I think you all brought your point across very good, and I know you all was very active in the pay plan to start with, and I know that looking at what we received, there are some things that need to be looked at, so I'm sure that that will be addressed. And to all the others that came out to speak about all the zoning and the dogs and all that, we were happy to everyone that came out and voiced their concerns. At least everybody heard what you had to say. So Thanksgiving is here, and a lot of people are going through a tough time. So I hope everyone have a happy holiday and be safe and share as much love as you can with your fellow man. Good night.
Councilmember Johnson.
And again, we've all thanked the people for coming out tonight, but I have to say it one more time. Thank you. Thank you for providing your insight to us, because sometimes we learn so much when the citizens come out. It's pretty mind-boggling. So keep participating. We need your input. To Mr. Benton, thank you for putting out your report. I like the thing on the second page that said 58 will have all the barrels off of it for Thanksgiving. You might have to put them back, I know. They're not quite finished, but we're excited about having that. I'm honest to goodness, every other question people ask me, when are they going to get the barrels gone? So you will make my people's day, everybody driving 58. So, but thank you very much, and happy Thanksgiving to everyone.
Vice Mayor Ward.
Yes, I like to give credit, and I want to give Kevin and his staff for them 4 hours I spent in the CIP review. I thought it was the best time that I understood some of the priorities of the city, which you had to break down so many of them, and we had to see what was important. And then when you look at it, like the numbers you gave, you understand that sometimes you can't get what you want right then and there. It takes time. You put them in year 1, year 2, year 4, year 5, because of the budget, because of our AAA and all this type of stuff, money that can be go this and go that. So I really appreciated that, them 4 hours. And I've been before, but this time it seems as though it was much clearer than ever before, and I respect that. And I was talking to one of the ladies that would, put it together, the budget and all that type of stuff. I really got a good, fine understanding of what's going on. I just want to say this here. I want to thank the peoples in Burgers Grant, Northern Shores Elementary School. That, like I said, I thought I was on council 14 years, and I found I was 19 years with them trailers behind. Like I said, I was surprised to see them trailers when I did see them, and I didn't know they was back there like that. And I thank them so much because they had to wait almost 14 years or more just to get them trailers done. And that was a great time. I felt good about it. I mean, just one time I was happy to see that happen for that school, just like I was when I seen Fire Station 11. So I really was glad and make you feel good that you're a part of that, and that was my borough. I really enjoyed that. And the young man that came up, they laughed at me when I said sidewalks, but thank you for coming up because I understand what you're saying. And certain communities don't have sidewalks, and people walk. I like to walk too. I like to walk from where I stay to Walmart. And sometimes that's not sidewalks, but you're right. Thanks for coming up. And I'm with you, and I understand that. So now I want to get on somebody. When you get on me, make sure you know what you're talking about because I think I work hard. I've been working hard. If I miss your phone call, I'm going to call you back. If I don't know, I'm going to tell them, put you in front of somebody who can talk. Pughesville. Pughesville, we had flooding. We had flooding in Pughesville all around the city of Suffolk. Pughesville got a pond. I don't know too many villages can say they got $10 or $6 million for a pond. You got a Pughesville. You got that. You talk about sidewalks. Here we go, sidewalks again. They build the sidewalks backwards from the park. I wasn't on council then. Somebody else is on council, not me. So they talk about the sidewalks. Just like Burgess Grant, Northern Shores had to wait 14 years for the sidewalks. Yes, understand what the CIP, Capital Improvement Plan. So we had to plan and put things in order to when we can use the money. Yes, it was on the CIP, but it was pushed back for some of the things going on in our country. But like I said, come December 1st, we come into the Pughesville Civic League, and we're going to show you some of the things that we have done and what things that we're going to do. So when you come here and say we don't do this and that and call my name out, just make sure you know exactly what's going on. And one thing about it, I don't like to boast on nothing. I'm not going to do that. But I like city manager, you can, if it's possible. I'd like for you to just give me, and I don't have to show nobody, but just give me, since I've been on council, how much money Pughesville done had or projects that was done in Pughesville. Because we have done a lot in Pughesville, a lot. So for you to come up here and call out my name and that, then you talk about voting. You never voted for me. I mean, what we talking about? We talking about lines that was wrong or lines that was not our fault. You said you don't want to live in Suffolk, so you're not living in Suffolk. So what are we talking about? So some of the things that you say and some of the things that we do, don't forget how it were then and how it's now. And you can always, like the mayor said with him, you can always get in contact with me. Maybe I don't text, but you call me, I'm going to call you back. So I don't like to be pointed out like saying I'm not doing my job. I do my job even more. I just don't help Pughesville or other cities, other little communities. So when you said that, Pughesville, please understand. But we'll be there December 1st. We'll be there December 1st, and you can talk about a lot of things. And I think we'll have some answers for you. And I really appreciate that. And I appreciate what the city does when I call, because we get the job done. I think I'm going to be quiet now. God bless. Thank you.
All right, I'll go ahead and wrap it up. Try to be as brief as I can. I want to commend our Economic Development Department and everybody who was involved in hosting the Civic Leadership Institute. It's the first time I think one was actually hosted by a city, about a city. And it's a regional organization with 50 or 60 executives and influencers from throughout Hampton Roads. And I didn't plan on staying for the whole thing, but I stayed for everything but the tours. And these individuals were just, I think, genuinely and more impressed with what was going on in our city. They got a lot of information that he didn't know about in regards to our city, and it was just a great feeling because I think the comments were genuine. So regardless of popular belief, we must be doing a little something right every now and then. Salvation Army, I got to ring the bell for a couple hours. That was kind of fun. Things were a little slow in front of Belk. If they'd stuck me in front of Walmart, I'm sure I'd run into about 50 times more people than we did at Belk. And it was a nice day, and I appreciate what the Salvation Army does for our city. Veterans Day, I went to the Northern Rehab and Nursing Center. They had a Veteran Appreciation Day. They had recognized all the veterans. Most of them were there, had little certificates for them, talked about what branch they served in. Everybody, I pinned a flag on everybody. It was a very, I don't know, significant experience. A lot of them had some age on them. There was, I don't know if there were any World War II vets. There was a Korean vet, a Korean War vet, and quite a few actually Vietnam vets, and I'll talk about that a little bit. It's kind of related to my quote. Northern Shore is groundbreaking. It's been, I don't know, many years in the making. One thing about it, things don't happen really, really quick, just not because there's not a will, but there's got to be resources, and the groundbreaking there, adding, I think, 16 additional classrooms plus expanded space will relieve any of the issues that they're having there. The Fire Awards and Recognition event, as always, was a top-notch event. Recognized some outstanding individuals for their service to our city. Attended an AARP meeting yesterday at East Suffolk Rec Center. I hadn't been to an AARP meeting in a while. They used to meet in Open Door Church, and there were 15, 20 people or so, and I planned on speaking for about 15 minutes, ended up speaking for an hour, go figure. But, I mean, everybody was into it. They had really good questions, and it was a great feeling to be able to recognize those seniors and also answer their questions, because one thing about it, once they get the answers, they're going to bring it back to the community and they're going to share it. And lots of folks have limited resources. One young lady I talked about the computer, and you can do this. She said, I don't have one, So I think we take a lot of things for granted, a lot that our senior citizens may not have. Want to wish everybody a happy and safe Thanksgiving. My quote of the night has to do with, like I said, I was kind of motivated because the number of Vietnam vets that were part of the group that I recognized on the 11th. And, I mean, it's a little more personal for me. I mean, I never served in country or anything like that, but I was a veteran of the Vietnam era. And it was a different world back then than it is now. I mean, there's just no comparison as to how the military, our veterans are looked at now, how they're appreciated, how they're honored. Back then, you get off the airport. I remember being in Chicago O'Hare Airport, and I mean, I was just going for a little bit of limited active duty time I had, and you get your little khaki uniform on. Nobody's stopping and telling you thank you for your service. It just didn't exist. And these old folks that were there, I just spent a little extra time with them. But this is a quote, I'm not exactly sure who it's from. And it was, in the Vietnam War, courage was common, but appreciation was not. Today we honor what should have been honored all along. And that was about as most appropriate as I could possibly find. So with that being said, I will entertain a motion to adjourn this meeting. Let me get on there. Councilmember Wright.
Motion to adjourn.
Okay, we got a motion from Chairman, Councilmember Wright, Councilmember Williams.
Second it.
Second, any discussion of the motion? Hearing none, council members prepared to vote. Please cast your vote. Madam Clerk, please record the vote.
The motion is approved by a vote of 8 to 0.
This meeting stands adjourned.